Okay, Kevin, we are live.
Coming to you from sunny Southwest Florida. I'm Kevin.
This is Jimmy James, and we are Fractal
Fractal
Mind.
Mind.
We totally said that in sync. You guys didn't hear in sync, but we totally did say it in sync.
We're perfect. We don't make mistakes. We're good.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing all right. Just energized myself a little bit with some gamer subs since I don't have coffee in the house at the moment, and I'm ready to go. I'm energized for our entertainment today.
Yeah, man. Yeah, happy to hear that. That's good. I got my coffee. For the audience at home, I am drinking out my Balatro mug. You might have remembered that we did a Balatro stream a couple weeks ago. Since that stream, I also got my new deck of playing cards. I also got this cool plushie right there. The synergy of all this is like pretty funny because like right after that stream, I started getting all the stuff that I ordered like almost a year ago. So, but just wanted to show this stuff off real quick because they are beautiful. The Balatro playing cards. You got a couple jokers in there, and then like the deck of playing cards look like the cards from the game. It's pretty incredible. I will be exclusive.
Awesome.
Yeah, exclusively game nights using this deck for the foreseeable future. So beautiful. Love it.
Nice.
Yes.
That's pretty cool, though. That's awesome.
It makes like total sense, right? Like
Yeah.
talk about like the most obvious merch item to a video game ever.
Very true.
Yeah.
Um, no, it was a fun game. I don't mind if we return to it, which I think we've talked about that we might do that. So that was like a very interesting game. That it was so much depth to it. It added so much to poker night, you know. So,
Well,
um, but because I love poker, so just what you were doing, manipulating the cards and stuff with all the different specialties and everything, that it takes it to like a whole other level. So I'm I'm ready to play it someday.
well, I'm glad you think so. Would love to run through a run with you. Definitely let's. We're gonna probably revisit that in the future. So if you liked what you saw a couple weeks ago, or if you haven't watched that video yet, go check it out. Blatro,
Yeah.
pretty great game. It's on Game Pass right now. If you're an Xbox person, you can play it for free if you're on the Game Pass. All right. Do we want to catch up anymore? I just heard myself. I got really loud. It's all good.
Hey,
I think it'll only happen if I get really loud again. I'm gonna try not to do that because I'm trying not
okay.
to
I
peak.
turn my audio down just a little bit.
Um.
I guess we'll. I guess I'll start off by saying that the headphones I used in the first stream 2 weeks ago, uh, they aren't working this morning. So I have not used them since. I
Uh oh. Our first audio problem of the day, folks. This is great. It was going so well. We were talking for about an hour trying to figure all this out, and now we have an audio or a little internet glitch. It's great. Um, well, yeah. So Kevin's headphones weren't working when we first started, so we had to figure that out. Now we have no internet. Don't you love the future, folks? You know everything is just great. I'm gonna kind of just keep this going because I don't want to stop the stream and start it back up again. That'd be kind of annoying. I am gonna take this opportunity.
so if
Oh,
anybody
oh, Kevin.
bleeds through, we're trying our best not to.
Oh, hey, buddy, you're back. Oh, he was back. Uh, hello, Kevin.
Hi. I didn't even realize I was sitting there talking still. I was like, why is James talking over me? Like I could literally hear you for a few minutes, and then it was like I was like, okay, my audio's not going through. um, so,
Nice.
but I was listening to you for a minute there. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. Obvious upgrades need to happen, so because obviously
Ah,
that's not fun for us or the audience when my stream just shuts down. Um,
it's not fun at all, Kevin. It's definitely not fun for me. I have to awkwardly kill that
James.
silence. I'm killing it over here. I'm killing it. Good now.
But yeah, just to finalize what I was saying about the audio was just that we're trying our best not to have James's voice bleed through my microphone, because the audio I have is going through my external speakers instead of my headphones because my headphones are broken apparently. Um, so yeah, bear with us, and hopefully we don't have any more audio issues.
Yay! No more audio issues.
Yes, or internet.
Yeah, preferably that one too. Hey Kev, so what do you think about the Switch 2 business?
Switch 2.
Yeah, man, the Switch 2, Nintendo Switch 2. Matter of
I never
factly.
really looked too much into it, so why don't you fill me in? Like, what have you learned about it?
Dang. Okay. Well, so um, Nintendo announced the Switch 2 a couple months ago. They just showed off a little trailer, not really saying much, but showing that it's
I
going
just
to
saw the
be.
headline.
Yeah, yeah. So, like, we've known its existence for a while. Um, we. Sorry, I just want to do one last story thing while we're doing it early
Okay.
on. Let people know that we are live. If you're in the chat, oh shoot, where's my chat window? Do you
Oh,
see
that's the
it?
only thing I won't be able to do is actually let me see if
Shite. Normally the little I get a little chat box. Where's my little chat box? Weird. Settings. I guess I might need to have the website up after all, or do I need to do it as this, the control room, but then put this as a separate window, and then you're gone. Sorry, folks. We're figuring this all live. We're cool.
that's fun. Yeah. Uh,
We got one view. Chat is disabled for this live stream. That's really cool. Thanks YouTube for making it really easy and.
they,
Oh, that's the
they
pre-show.
disabled it.
It's the pre-show. Never mind. Got the wrong one.
I did what I did last time.
Edit. Can I see chat? Ooh, hello, chat. Okay, cool. I think I got something going on. Hello, chat. Okay, cool. I did something.
Cool.
Good.
I you mentioned chat. I forgot completely about it, and I pulled it back up. So I unless you want to man the chat, but I'll also hop in, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, just so we both are somewhat paying attention to it, but
Yeah.
I think we're mostly. Oh shit! I don't know what I'm doing. I'm so like out of. All right, cool. Got the chat. I got my list up. I think we're good to go. Sorry. So took a little detour from what we were talking about. Real quick, because I do want to talk about this spreadsheet that I so tirelessly worked on for so long. But the Switch 2, big topic of discussion this week. They announced the first slate of games to be in the launch window. We have Mario Kart World, um, very new, exciting addition to the Mario Kart family, the lineage of games. I believe this is like technically like the 10th one in the series. Um, but the big selling factor is that all of the courses are connected, so you can it's like pretty much like an open world type of game now. Very like Forza Horizon meets Mario Kart.
Okay.
Yeah, isn't that like it's pretty neat sounding? Like I really want to get my hands on this one. Like I have not been like obviously the last Mario Kart was a very good game. Like if you liked Mario Kart from the past, you're gonna be right at home with what Mario Kart 8 was. Um, this this one looks like a game changer. Like we're actually doing something different. Um, the characters' costumes change halfway through the course. Um, you can play as a cow, and there's grinding. It's a Tony Hawk game too. Like it just seems really like they're just having fun again with it. So I'm really excited about that. They also showed off a new Donkey Kong game. This is Donkey Kong Bonanza. That's right, Bonanza. Kevin can't
I'm
believe it.
sorry, I'm Bonanza. Sorry, I'm reading a story right now that I'll stop reading it. I'll add on to it in case you don't know.
Oh, is
But it has
this?
to do with the Switch.
Yeah. Okay. So I think I know what you're going with, but let's talk about this game real quick. We'll get to some of
All
the
right,
bad
I'll go ahead
news.
on Bonanza.
Yeah, Donkey Kong Bonanza like really surprised me right away. It like blew me away with the graphics and the destructible environments that they were showing off. DK's character model looked great and fun. DK hasn't looked this fun in like a very long time, so right away just really impressed with it. And after a while, like it really was apparent, like this is the team that made the last 3D Mario game, Super Mario Odyssey. Um, Kevin, you don't have a Switch, so I imagine you haven't played a lot of these games. But
It's which one is the one that he's like in space? It's like the last one I played.
that's Galaxy.
Galaxy. So yeah, that's the last one I played, and that's when I back in the old days when I was house sitting. Someone had a Switch, and that was like the only way I played it. It
Oh
was good.
wow.
I liked
Okay.
it. Like it. I want to get back into playing Mario games and everything, but I need a Switch first.
Yeah.
But continue. Sorry.
So Mario Odyssey is an incredible game. Like definitely holds that lineage of great 3D Mario games, and even just like the 2D games. Like Mario is always just a fantastic game when it's a platformer. Um, this Donkey Kong Bonanza looks like it's being made by that team. It has a lot of that character that they showed off in the last Mario game. Just the like production touches is just incredible. Like it's very cinematic. The character models are fun, and like just their use of color is just spectacular. So I'm really looking forward to that. Those are the two games that, and like I want to get the new Jamboree, Super Mario Party. We have a lot of fun playing that in this household with my little family. That's right, I have a family now, bitches.
They said it couldn't be done.
They said it couldn't be done. We're all happily in uh, very good relationships, and we're happy. And look at us go. We're thriving, Kevin.
But we are. You're battling all the odds. But yes, I'm proud of you, James. You have adulted very well.
Thank you, thank you. I like to think so.
I'm looking at some of the snapshots from Donkey Kong Bonanza. That looks pretty cool. It looks like it so it's also going to be kind of a open world, like or is it going to be um 'cause I never got to play Odyssey, so Mario Odyssey, so um the only thing I'm thinking of is was it Donkey Kong 64, where it was kind of open world. You had to go to different islands to
Yeah,
um and you had to use different creatures, Jesus, different Kongs to they all had their own like special abilities and everything. Is it anything like that?
yeah, yeah. For like what you're kind of guessing, that's how I'm feeling too. It looks like they didn't like show off like every little detail about the game, but from the glimpses that we received, that's what it looks like too to me. Kind of like
Well,
that what you just said. Like you have different islands that are like your hub worlds, if you will. So
yeah.
looks very cool. Very excited. Um, I'm guessing the news that you saw was about the pre-orders and potentially the price.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
That.
So the elephant in the room, the price of the Switch 2 base model, $449. There is a bundle with Mario Kart World, which is obviously the one to go for, is $500. Unfortunately, that is the one to go for because if you want Mario Kart World, that's going to be $80 by itself.
Wow.
Yeah, video
That is
games are expensive.
the. So, do they not have like Switch has their own digital platform, right? You still don't need CDs or anything like that. It's digital now, or am I
So,
wrong?
with the Switch, they were using carts. So they're like basically like big SD cards, if you will. They're a lot more elaborate than that, but think of it like that, like a game cart um, was what they were using. They're still using that with a Switch 2 because all your Switch 1 games, for the most part, are back or forwards compatible, like backwards compatible with Switch 2.
Oh
Um,
yeah. Okay.
so they're using the same format. And yes, to answer your question, there is a digital marketplace, so you can just get the games digitally. Unfortunately, we're in the inflation world that we're in, and especially like tariffs and everything, thanks to the new administration. So um, there the rise of cost of game development has also gone up tremendously. Someone I just listened to put this in perspective. In 2017, $60. That's because of inflation now. That's $80. So that's why we're seeing games slowly. They started being $70, right? Like for a while,
Yeah.
like for just a short. It feels like yesterday games were now $70, but now we're quickly getting to 80 like overnight it feels like.
Yeah.
Not every game from Nintendo is listed at 80. Most of them are 70, but I can see them going to 80. My best guess is because Mario Kart World is going to be quote unquote a live game. I don't even think they've said that, but like how they treated that game, they've constantly like put out new courses and stuff. That was DLC, but I can imagine they're going to add some stuff that maybe will just be a free update. But because we paid $80, they're giving it to us for free. That's what I'm just kind of hoping for, or like, just little. They're gonna just like touch up the game and do events and stuff, like a Destiny. Like how there was raids and stuff in Destiny. Maybe there's gonna be Mario Kart raids or like driving events.
Mhm.
Like Forza did. Forza Horizon did that all the time. So those are live games. So that's my vision for what I'm seeing. Why? Oh, and the barking begins. Yay!
It didn't come. Well, I don't think I heard it, but I do have the volume down a little bit so you don't bleed through the mic. I
but
didn't hear it.
all right, cool. Yeah. So I'm not really happy about the price. I do understand it. It definitely did like lower my excitement because I was expecting probably like around $100 less, honestly. But it's still Nintendo. They really came back around with the Switch era. Um, what they're doing with the Switch 2 looks very exciting. The console looks amazing. I'm a handheld lover, especially with this new generation of handhelds. They're nice, big, widescreen systems. I have a Steam Deck I love, but I still want like the new Nintendo stuff. Especially with the games I just talked about. Like these two games look incredible. Like I'm excited for other stuff on my Xbox and stuff, of course, but these two games right away just blew me away. And it's fun with the family too. Like I think that's also just like a big thing is I we have a great time playing video games together, and if I can um, add that excitement just a little bit more with a new shiny toy, then I kind of want to do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Uh, no, I definitely I keep holding off on getting uh, Nintendo Switch, getting back onto Steam. Um, one day my life won't be as hectic, but um, but on the news about what you were just saying about the $80, I'm seeing gamers think GTA 6 is going to cost $100 or more because Nintendo is charging $80 for Mario Kart World.
Yeah, man, isn't that something? $100 to play GTA 6. What do you think about that?
Well, the world is massive, but people were saying like there are games out there that like already that have even larger worlds than what GTA 6 is pumping out. Granted, probably not going to be as detailed because people like reference DayZ and stuff like that, like the open world survival horror games. Um,
Right.
but in that DayZ wasn't even $100, but uh, DayZ also doesn't have the detail, like I was saying. Like I've watched other people play
No.
the game, and it's like I can see it being fun. I'm not saying it's not fun. I'm just saying the level of detail in GTA 6 is going to probably go crazy compared to like something like DayZ. In the story, obviously, DayZ doesn't really have a. Last I checked, it didn't really have a story. It's just kind of like you're thrown into the world and you just gotta survive. Um, but yeah, so that's crazy news about the tariffs. Like just all the inflation's coming. So
Yeah, no, it's insane. And yeah, like, and that, just real quick for my 2 cents on that comparison, I don't think that's a really great comparison. Yeah, other games have bigger worlds, but they're not the same game as GTA 6. Like, even though DayZ has a lot, still has like a lot of concurrent players, they don't touch the numbers that GTA series has done, especially
true
GTA
too.
5. Like, it's insane the amount of people that still play those games and still buy those games every month. Um, it's constantly in the top 10 still. GTA 5, like, that game came out at the end of the 360 era. That's what, a 2013 game.
Yeah,
That's
and
over
they
10.
still like come out with crazy updates for the game that get people to continue playing. They did really well with the longevity of that game.
It's incredible. Like, we used to get GTA games every couple years, and it's like the gaming world has changed just so much. And I'm not faulting them for not releasing GTA 6 earlier. They didn't have to. There's no reason to. And I hope it's going to make a better game. I do not expect me to buy $100 video game. That's insane. Um,
Yeah,
I like
because okay, the base game's gonna be $100, but then what's the definitive edition going to be or whatever? But like what is it called? Season pass. Like how much is that going to tack onto it? You're going to pay $150 for uh, to get that? Like, man, I remember $70-$80 was with those. Like with like season pass or with like the first two expansion packs for kind of gets bundled in there or something, but
right.
now we're talking exceeding $100 easily for a special package basically for the game.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, we haven't even seen that yet. I'm really curious what they're gonna do.
Yeah,
Now, do I think there's enough content in that game to justify it? I do actually. I do think they can get away with charging that amount because people play that game for over 100 hours easy. So if you do the dollar per hour played, sure, you're getting your money's worth, but it's just so hard to lay that down, right, for one singular game. So I
yeah,
don't.
that makes sense. No, man, I see where you're coming from. That makes sense. If you're gonna get so many years out of a game, then the cost is worth it.
Yeah, like that's how I see stuff. Like, if I am going to enjoy it, sure, I will spend a good amount of money. But also, like, now I have to choose so much more. Like, I feel like we're constantly in this battle of, we we don't ever have enough money for everything that we want, and everything keeps raising prices. So it's just like an endless battle of never getting enough and ahead. So I don't know, dude. We'll see. Maybe it's gonna crash, and maybe they'll like have to lower prices and not make games for a couple years or something. I don't know. I don't know. It seems very strange where we're going towards, but I don't want to talk about that anymore. I want to do some lists. Let's talk about movies. Let's forget about current affairs. Is that cool?
Yes, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, that was
I'm
cool though.
ready to get the list going here.
All right, so for everyone who doesn't know, Kevin and I used to have a channel that you are now watching on called Fractal Minds. We used to live together, and it was very easy to make videos about all the things that we love and blah 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 blah. If you want to know
Really fun.
if you want to know more, go watch previous videos. But one of the things we used to talk about was movies, and um, I love movies still. Like that's just obviously like one of my go-to forms of entertainment, and I thought it'd be fun to look over some of the stuff that we missed. We haven't done this channel in a while, and there's a lot of stuff that we haven't talked about, and I thought it'd be fun to do like a little retrospect on some of our favorite movies of the last 7 years. So I went ahead and like listed a bunch of stuff that I've seen. I went back and like look at the Wikipedias of the movies that came out. So what you're seeing here in this list, that is in no particular order. Um, we kind of do plan on doing a top 10, but first, I just wanted to like talk about the movies. Let's get a feel of what these movies were. Look a little look back and talk about the good times. This is 2017. We had nothing bad was going on back then, right?
No, no. Not at all. It was pre-COVID. Times were just joyous. We were innocent back then. We didn't know what we were getting ourselves into. I think
Carefree.
we were still living together at this point, though, right? But we just weren't
Yeah.
doing the channel anymore.
Yeah, we were still living together for a while, but I think the burnt out like really kind of affected us. So,
Yeah,
and I started my band. I started playing Bargain Bin Heroes more, and like I just was like burnt out. And um, just that grind of doing videos. So we're still hanging out and being roommates and stuff, but the YouTube had to take a pause.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, we both had our own things going, and like I think that's I think you and I both like kind of uh, had this mutual understanding. Like we've invested a lot of time and money into this for like nothing, and there was a level of creativity uh, that it still offered, and I think I still kept things going just a little bit. But I think the final nail in the coffin for me was Camtasia, um, the editing software that I was using. I was paying a month by month subscription of like I can't remember what it was. It was like $10 a month or something. It wasn't terrible, and I'm like, well, I'll just do this until if I do get any further burnt out, um, I'll just end the subscription. And turned out that they stopped doing that, and you had to pay a lump sum. In hindsight, uh, I should have paid that because I think it was like $100 because they were like, oh, since you're doing our subscription fee, we offer you this special rate for Camtasia to purchase it. And like it was like $150 at the time, I think.
Yeah.
Um, and I was like, at that time, like you said, by the end of it, we're almost burnt out. I'm like, $150 more, like it just didn't seem appealing because the channel, yeah, it had its fun, but like you said, we were like near the end of it, and so I didn't buy it. And then I think that was really like the final nail in the coffin because I think there's still videos, some Mass Effect videos. I think I don't know if there's a Binding of Isaac video just a few videos on my computer that have not been edited because I
Oh.
lost Camtasia. And now, if you were to buy Camtasia today, it's $300.
What?
So yeah, so
Screw that, dude.
yeah. I occasionally look for video editing software on Humble Bundle, like how you had the Sony Studio.
Hmm.
Um, but one day I'll get back into that and uh, find another editing software. Like I really like Camtasia. Camtasia was so easy to use, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
but uh, but yeah, that was basically how that came to an end, basically, because things just got expensive
Yeah.
and burnt out, basically, like you said.
Yep. Too expensive for not enough return. So I think it was good to
Yeah,
take a break, though. Kind of like,
got a lot of success in your bands and stuff, so I'm proud of you, James.
thanks, buddy. Thanks. And we both have personal lives outside of doing this content, right? Like we both have relationships that need to be watered with, and like our time is only divided with so much. So and like with us coming back and doing this, I think we're just gonna take it easy and do it when we can, and just honestly, it's just us to get together and talk about shit that we used to talk about and relive
Yeah,
some of the good times. So um, that's why we're also just doing it live too. We don't have to worry about editing software, using free software. So we're not gonna fucking worry about it.
yeah. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Yeah, if you guys want a better presentation, maybe give us some money. Maybe tell us to do a Patreon and give us some money over there. Maybe we'll rough your feathers up if you don't.
Help us help you.
Help us help you. If you want better content, help us. All right, buddy. Well, let's talk about some movies. So we're gonna start with the year 2017. Like we said, this was the good and good. Blah, blah. This was the good times. Nothing bad was going on. Definitely everything was normal. The first film on the list, Logan. Talk about um, relevant. Like it's kind of cool looking back because a lot of stuff has happened, and now we get to see. Now we get to talk about like what the movie was and now what it is today. So I'm looking forward to this. Logan, why is this movie special, Kevin?
It is special because um, he shows up a cameo appearance in Deadpool,
Wait, what?
the Deadpool with Wolverine movie.
That's more than a cameo. That's second billing, bro.
That was one of the best scenes ever. But but no, Logan itself because I was actually reviewing that a little bit, so I actually have something actually to say. It's just trying to form my words. But I just remember the not the darkness to it. I don't want to say like that was it was a dark movie, but it was just a completely different take on the Wolverine movie, like saga, basically, because Professor Xavier had dementia, and one of his seizures killed a bunch of the uh, other mutants. And what was it like? There hasn't been a mutant in like 25 years or something, and he happened to come across the kid that uh, happened to have special abilities, and he like basically um, well, and also he's dying himself because of the adamantium is starting to slowly kill him. But yeah, he takes it, makes it like his like final life's mission to protect this these two people. It's like the girl who had the abilities, and I'm kind of blanking on the mother. It was the mother, right? It was not like just a caretaker.
um, I don't. I think she was just a nurse. I did watch the
A caretaker.
movie. Oops, sorry, I screwed up your window. Um, I did watch the movie when Deadpool and Wolverine was coming out, but I want to say that the woman, there was a mother, there was a video. They did watch, or like fuck. I think she was just a nurse. I don't fucking remember.
That's what I said.
But
It could be like a caretaker. I couldn't remember. I think it was just someone
yeah,
trying to save the girl.
yeah. But
Or
very
she. Oh,
yeah.
go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
But yeah, powerful movie, man. This was billed as the last movie with Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. You know, a character that he played. Uh, he played this character for what? Oh, like I want to say 10 films, right? Like from the original X-Men one, 3 films there. He then did a bunch of solo films that were mixed quality. But you know, Hugh Jackman is Wolverine, right? And so
Yeah.
Logan was the end of that character arc, and a great way to do it. Rewatch the film; it holds up to today. I do want to say the worst aspect is definitely the clone of him is like
Uh,
the big bad at the end. That is terrible, right?
yeah.
Terrible trope. Never want to see that ever again. But for some reason, we just keep getting that easy villain for the main character. What if it's a bad twin? It's like no, maybe do something different. Like make put Omega Red in there, or like do one of his classic villains. Like Wolverine has so many villains to go back to. Like just do that. Ugh, makes me so mad thinking about it
Yeah.
still.
It was. But this Logan, Well, yeah, this Logan was a different part of the multiverse, technically, right? Because this doesn't follow. He's still playing the Wolverine character, but this Wolverine took place in a different universe than like the other X Men movies. Correct? I thought.
That's hard to say. I think they left it open for that interpretation. Um, I think there was some weird business. Yeah, because of Xavier. So, because Xavier was in the movie and alive, like he died at the end of X Men 3, but then there was a post credits scene that his consciousness went into a comatose body. So that's all we got. And then fast forward past a lot of his the solo films, which was one of them was an origin film. Like the fucking timeline of the X Men films is terrible. Um, I should say the Fox timeline.
Yeah.
Marvel now has the X Men films, so we'll see what they decide to do going forward. But to answer your question, I think it's to be interpreted as a different universe, but still like how the X Men universe happened. There's like a parallel that is a copy of somewhere else, and this is the universe that we're watching from. I could be wrong. I could be off basis, but that's my interpretation.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's kind of what I was feeling too. It was. I forgot about that at the end of X Men 3. But I can see where you're going with that. So where would you rate it? As far as, or no, are we going to go through the movies first and then do the rankings
Great
after the fact?
question. Great question, Kevin. I definitely want to talk over everything, and then
Okay.
we'll list it. Because maybe us talking about a certain film will change our perspectives on it. So,
Okay.
Logan is high though. I will say it's a contender for top 10. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But next one up, keeping it in the comic book universe, we're going to talk about Thor Ragnarok.
All right.
What you got, Kev?
Yeah. For some reason, Thor Ragnarok, the Thor movies near the end, uh, I mean, I like them. I think Thor Ragnarok was one. The only thing I didn't like about that movie was the big bad that showed up for 10 seconds. Granted, I'm assuming it was because of all the CGI. Well, it's not because you had what's her face, Kate Blanchett
Uh huh. Hella.
playing, huh?
Hella.
Yeah, playing Hela. So obviously she was a big bad, but the beast that she was trying to, was it the beast's name wasn't Ragnarok. I'm sorry. This
No.
is typical Kevin, not knowing the names, but
He's the cause of Ragnarok, though. He's
correct.
I want to say it starts in the S. I can't think of it though. But he's like a god. I think that's or like a godlike being. I want to say. But yeah, I feel you. Like I think he was. I don't think he was necessarily like a big bad. I think he was more of like a MacGuffin, if you will. Like he was just thrown in at the end of the movie to cause this big calamic event, right? Like, it was, and they were kind of setting it up like it was inedible, you know. And the movie's called Ragnarok, so
Yeah.
I think you do want to see that. I do agree with you that there was a little bit of. I think a lot of movies have a very tough time with the third act, and I think it's funny that you brought this up because I do think Logan kind of has the same fault where the first two acts are great, right? You have your great setup, you have the great journey in the middle, and then the third act is kind of less because they have to wrap it up. Um, I love this movie. I love Thor Ragnarok. I think it's like a thrill ride. I love Taika Waititi as a director and as a writer. I think he is brilliant. Um, if you haven't seen his other movies, I highly recommend Jojo Rabbit. That's actually going to be talked about later in this list if we get to it. I don't know how long we're doing this for, but I just went ahead and did a lot of movies. But not to get off too track, this is another name of the podcast is the Tangent People.
The tangent.
But Taika Waititi, brilliant. I think him and Chris Hemsworth together in this movie is brilliant. Having Mark Ruffalo as the Hulk and giving us that World War Space Hulk gladiator guy, amazing. Those two characters bouncing off each other is great as well. Two strong heroes, and they get to battle it out, and it's kind of exciting to see who would be stronger, you know. Yeah, I think it's great. A lot of the supporting characters are awesome. Valkyrie is a awesome character. I love how she was just drunk all the time and like um, just over it. And yeah, just also what was it? Who's the funny guy who made a cameo? Not John Goodman, but I am now I'm
Not Jeff
blanking.
uh,
Jeff Goldblum.
Jeff Goldblum.
Is that it?
He's the one from Jurassic Park.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, that he is an amazing character in this movie. So, and it's just funny. Like I think Thor being a funny character works really well. His first two solo movies were the first one was fine, the second one was terrible. So this one definitely brought it back as yes, Thor's fun. This is a fun movie. Thank you, Marvel.
The more I think about it, the more I think I enjoyed it because it had a lot of depth to it. Because that's when, basically, um, was Anthony Hopkins played
Odin.
Odin, yeah, and he ends up getting killed by Hela, right?
Yep. Yeah. Early
Um,
on. Yeah.
yeah, and then like Loki and Thor have to like make amends and everything, and this was also the movie where I think the mid-credit scene, Thanos officially made his appearance, or it was like assumed, like it was finally happening, like all this teasing. I think at the mid-credit scene, that their ship gets intercepted by another ship, um, and at the beginning of the what was it? Was it Infinity War or was it?
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. I forgot
They
about that.
started off on that ship, so this was the end of that movie.
You're right. I totally forgot about that. Yeah. The mid credits or one of the post credit scenes of this movie set up the original opening scene of Infinity War, which we're going to talk about. That it came out the following year. So yeah, I mean, talk about like that's what you want to see, right? For the Marvel movies, you want to see that setup, and that's how you do it. You
Yeah,
do the post credit scene to set up the next movie that's coming out. So, um, It
They went
seemed,
through all that battle, all that heartache, just to get effed over. They lost their entire planet, and
yeah,
then as they're escaping, the Mad Titan comes up and it's like things just can't get worse.
yeah, yeah. It's crazy to think about. That's a good era for Marvel. We'll definitely talk
Mhm.
about it some more, but that
You brought it
was.
back for me.
All right, cool. Well, I'm glad you're still positive on Thor. I thought it was a great film. Let's talk about the next film. So you got highlighted there. It is It. This is the clown movie, Pennywise, Stephen King. Have you watched this movie, Kevin?
I have. I thought it was a good reiteration of the first movie, or the first, like a remake. I'm struggling to find my words this morning, but um, I'm just trying to find. He has a very weird very weird. Bill Skarsgård, is that
Oh,
how you
Bill.
pronounce his name?
Yeah, Skarsgård. Yeah.
Yeah. He does a very, very good Pennywise. And that facial expression he does, like that's something that he's able to do, and what kind of got him the role. I seen him in one of his interviews where he's like lower lip kind of goes down and he has that really creepy smile. Um, but I thought the movie overall, I thought it was really good. I'm a huge fan of horror movies. Cynthia and I try to watch. Cynthia's my wife. We try to watch horror movies anytime they come
My
out.
wife.
And I wish, well, I don't want to get tangents, right? Uh,
The Tangent
um,
Cast.
yes, but I thought the cast did really well. I think they all played their roles very well. Overall, the jump scares, were there. They scared the crap out of you, and it was a more modernized version of what they did in the past. Um, and I think Skarsgård did do it justice to the original Pennywise, um, who was the late.
Tim Curry.
Yes, there you go.
Oh yeah.
Um, so I thought you did pretty well. Have you seen it?
Yes. Yeah. Definitely. I am a fan of this film. I do like my horror movies. It's something that I have to be in the right mood for, so I don't consume a lot of them. And I am a little choosy on which ones I watch. Yeah, it's just not my, it's not a go-to. But I'm not scared of it. But I just don't always want to be in that world. If that makes sense. Um,
Yeah.
I am watching Yellow Jackets right now. That show is incredible. I do really like that show, and that is like pretty scary and gory sometimes. But anyway, no tangents. um, but yeah, great movie. I did not really watch the original made for TV movie. I want to say that's what it was. The Tim Curry film that you brought up. And
I'm really scared of clowns.
that's why I didn't watch it. Like for a while there, like I was too young, right? And then as we get older, it's like okay, yeah, definitely I'm a fan of horror movies, but for whatever reason, I just never revisited that original film. And when this one came out, I didn't go out and see it like right away, but it eventually found me and I watched it, and yeah, quite enjoyable. I really like it. Like you said, the supporting cast is all incredible. All the little kids, they all did a great job. All very believable. Um, I definitely want to read the book sometime, but the book is like super long, and my attention span is not great for reading. So I'm a little afraid to start that, but you never know. You never know.
All right. So moving on, I think we both like that one. Um, so because I mean, may I ask you a question, James?
Yes.
That's kind of off topic, just slightly off topic.
Okay.
Um, I know last time we streamed, we had a cutoff at like noon. I know we got started late today because
Hmm.
of technical issues. How long are you wanting to go today?
I'm good to go for a while. I don't got anything going on too much, so I'm good if you're good.
All right. Okay.
Cool.
Ready talk about Star Wars?
Let's talk about Star Wars, man. What the heck? All right.
I didn't get to look. Did you get Well, you go ahead. You started off. I'll look into this
Okay.
real quick.
So, the film that came out in 2017 that was a Star Wars film is Star Wars Episode 8 The Last Jedi. Very controversial film. This film was directed by, turned out to be like one of my favorite directors, Ryan Johnson. He directed the Knives Out films, and he also did a series on Peacock called Poker Face. Very, very good. If you liked Columbo, um, this is Natasha Lyonne as a Columbo figure, where she's solving mysteries. Excellent. He is incredible when it comes to like mystery and the who done it. I'm a huge fan of who done it films. Um, Star Wars: The Last Jedi, not a who done it. This is a Star Wars film, so I think he did a great job. I think the story obviously is controversial. This was the return of Mark Hamill, Luke Skywalker, right? And I think how he came back into Star Wars was obviously not what people expected. It's not what I expected. We were kind of hoping that he would be the hero to solve everything, and in some way he was, but he also was very like that old man, get off my lawn kind of vibe. Um, so yeah, I think it turned off a lot of people, but overall, I thought it was still a good film. I still like look fondly on it. Like I think what's really hard is dealing with a lot of people who say something is trash, is terrible, and you thought it was fine and just having a good time with it, and then like your thoughts start going, oh yeah, that was a bad film. That was a bad film. It's like looking back, it's like no, it was a good film, especially how it was made. Like right, the direction of the film. Like Ryan Johnson makes good movies, in my opinion. Like I just love how he presents things. So, um, looking back, I still look fondly on this film. If it wasn't my ideal, but you know what? Not everything has to be that ideal. So that's my thoughts on it.
Yeah, you nailed it basically. What I was going to say as well. My whole problem with the entire trilogy, not to like jump to the other Star Wars movies because we have another one, uh, but to go over later. But the trilogy just felt kind of like a retelling of a story we've already kind of heard before. Like they had some different elements to it, but um, it you had the surprise son, who you didn't know was the son of Kylo Ren. He's the son of um, uh, I'm blanking on
Han
Han,
Solo.
Han Solo. There you go. Yeah, it was right there.
Yep.
And no, you're good. You're good. No, thank you. And then he had the end up killing him and everything, which that was a dick move. Like no one wants to like Kylo Ren after that. Basically, like you fucking killed Harrison Ford, or you know, uh, wow, I am just blanking. What
Han Solo.
Han Solo? You know why I'm blanking on it? Because there's a soccer player named Hope Solo.
No, there isn't. What?
Yes,
Hope Solo. That's incredible.
it's like, yeah, she's. Anyways, so but no, I remember like the part that actually got me on the edge of my seat with that movie was the scene where Skywalker shows up, Luke Skywalker shows up, and you don't find out until after the fact that he's just projecting himself, his image, basically. Um, and Kylo Ren just has all the machines like shoot down on him, basically, and you see
Okay.
all the different robots. I can't think of the I know it's like AT something. I don't know the name of the.
The
It was
AT-ATs?
the First Order. I know the name of the bad guys group because it was no longer the man.
I think it's like the New Order or like
It's
uh
the First Order,
the
yeah.
First Order.
So I
Yeah.
wrote a little note about it. Da-da-da-da. But I didn't like how the First Order, yeah. And when he was holding the line basically against the First Order, letting the rest of the Resistance escape, um, and Kylo Ren just has the entire group shooting at him, uh, and he just showed like the smoke goes away, and there's Luke Skywalker still sitting there, and um, like it was just I don't know that tickled me a little bit because it just showed the power of Luke Skywalker in comparison to Kylo Ren and his forces basically,
Yeah, I
and
agree.
um, and then he just dies. he
Yeah.
just he just he used the last of his life force to do that one projection, and he's dead.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah, that was a little weak. Like you showed him off, he did something really cool, and then he just like goes away. And I think that's kind of Star Wars though. Like look at the first one, Episode 4. Like Obi-Wan
mm,
Kenobi was this incredible figure that was just full of potential, and then he's killed off fighting Darth Vader, and very unceremoniously too. So, but also like I think that's part of the criticism of the the most recent trilogy of films was that it was a retreading too much. Um, yeah, I'm very mixed on Star Wars. It used to be like one of my favorite franchises, and I still enjoy it, but it definitely does not bring me the joy that it used to. So
no.
um,
And him being the old angry man on that planet reminded me of Luke when he found Yoda. Uh,
mhm,
it gave me that same thing. Rey found Luke, and Luke's treating her the same way that basically Yoda treated Luke
right.
when Luke found him. So it just kind of felt, like I said, it kind of felt like a retelling of something we've kind of seen already, just a few different elements.
And that was the criticism of the previous film, um, the Force Awakens. I think that's what it's called.
Oh yeah, The Force Awakens. Yeah,
Yeah, like and I get it. Like, and again, that was a fun film, but yeah, when you think back on it, it's like, yeah, it is very much a retreading of worn territory. So I get it. I still enjoy them. I don't seek them out like I used to though. So, and I'm not gonna cry about it either. So whatever. All
yeah.
right.
May I interject with one from 2016 because I don't think we talked about it, but I just want to do a real quick shout out to it.
Sure. I was kind of thinking back in my head, like if we didn't quite do. I was trying to look back, and I just kind of did a cutoff of 2017, but we could do a 2016 recap. But if you want to just do one film real quick, that's fine too.
Yeah, if you don't mind, then we can rehash it and see if there's more. But
Cool.
we don't have to go like full in detail. I just since we're on the subject of Star Wars, Rogue One, a Star Wars story. I
Ooh.
loved it. I really loved that movie. It was a completely different telling, and you don't quite. I don't feel like the movie quite lets you know what part of the story you're in. I think, and then by the end, then you realize, oh shit, you're about to go into the first Star Wars movie or Episode 4. Um, at the very end of that movie, like you realize, oh, you're in this timeline. Like you're like right there, um, because the scene where I don't know if I don't want to spoil it, but have you've seen it?
Yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Where Darth Vader shows up at the end. Like that's the beginning of is it a New Hope?
Yep.
Um,
Yeah.
because that whole scene plays out at the very end. That's the very beginning of uh the first movie or the Episode 4.
Right.
Um,
And a great
but just
scene.
the sorry, go ahead.
And a great scene with Darth Vader, right? Like you have that climatic moment where he's just wrecking it, and of course he's a villain, but we like to see that, right?
Iconic, man. He's iconic. So it was great getting to see him showcase his stuff.
Yeah,
Like
for
just
sure.
tossing a guy up into the ceiling, just using his lightsaber. Like he looked in control. He looked not like I don't want to like disparage episode 4 through 6 or anything like that, but he he looked more mobile, more he looked like I could see it being Anakin under there kind of thing. Um,
That's a good
but
point. Yeah.
it was like you said, it was an epic scene that I had like a fangirl moment when I saw it. So I just wanted to mention that. That was like the cherry on top. The Rogue One as a whole, the story, I liked it as a whole. I liked it for what it was, just as this own little standalone anthology movie with its own little storyline. Um, and at least for me, like I said, for me, I didn't get what part of this didn't get quite where we were in the storyline. I kind of knew it was between 3 and 4,
Okay.
but I didn't realize it was going to lead up straight into the the front door of
Right.
episode 4. So,
Yeah.
but go ahead. Sorry.
No,
We can move on, or if you have something to add. Sorry.
no, I agree. Great film, good interjection in there. I do like bringing that up because I think it shows some of the good side of the later Star Wars universe that we're in. Um, have you watched any of the Disney Plus Star Wars, the Andor? Have you watched Andor at all?
I have not, and I don't think I made it. Not because I didn't like it, but I don't think I made it past season 2 of Mandalorian.
Yeah, I'm there with you. I didn't watch Boba Fett at all. I heard that was terrible, and I'm pretty sure there's a third season of Mandalorian that I just haven't watched. Um, yeah, I'm just not in a Star Wars mood. Maybe that's a failing of Disney with what they've been doing, but and I haven't watched Andor either. I keep hearing it's amazing, and honestly, I just keep forgetting about it because there's just like too much other stuff to watch. Um, but yeah, after hearing you talk about Rogue One, I think you should totally try to check out Andor sometime though, buddy, because Andor is setting up Rogue One. So talk
Uh,
about like how Rogue One set up Episode 4. Now you have a TV show that's setting up that previous movie. So like you kind of get more of that setup. So yeah, maybe
it did 96% on Rotten Tomatoes, so
you know
it definitely didn't bomb.
it could be fun. Maybe we could do like a watch cast.
Yeah,
That
as long as uh, I know Twitch allows you to watch movies, and I'm not sure about YouTube. Do you know?
Oh, I was thinking more that we would watch it like separate and then like get together and talk about it kind of thing.
Sure, sure.
Cool.
Uh,
Let's
may I?
yeah.
I'm going to be right back. Bathroom
Okay.
break, real quick.
All right. Bathroom break, everyone. We'll see Kevin soon. He's got
Woo.
cover up in the camera. Let's give it up for the chat. Hey, everyone. Is anyone else watching me? Is anyone else here? Maybe I could take some time to fix this, the viewing then. Don't mind me, anyone who's watching. Oh, yeah, jeez. I didn't realize that was going on. Man, I thought this looked better. How do I make. Let's try to make this preview bigger. Scale to window. Okay, jeez. I had this totally off. That looks disgusting. I guess that's the best it's gonna be. I could probably zoom this in. I can make Kevin bigger. This is fine. And then let's make this list bigger. Let's do this actually. There we go. Okay, that's fine. And then let's zoom in. Mother. Oh, the ritual. Looks like Kevin added something. Oh, hello, he's back. That was so quick.
Sorry. Hi.
Hey, he's back, everyone.
It's it's not morning anymore, so don't mind me.
Ah! Mister, I need to go to the bathroom. Yeah, right. We know what you're doing.
This doesn't make me have to use the bathroom more, but
All right. Well, I was
so
messing
you're
around.
going to be doing some talking here soon because, or did you move on to John Wick?
Oh, sorry. I was just more messing around with the camera and the scene because I realized my window on OBS wasn't um, showing everything that I was streaming out, so it wasn't quite what I wanted to present to everyone. So now we're closer to that. I will now get back in position of being comfortable and looking good. Got the chat back up. Oh, hello. Hello, chat. Is that my friend Chris? If you're still watching, buddy, and you're chatting with us, feel free to no. Why would you say no? What are you using for this stream? OBS and Discord. Yes, thank you, Kevin. Thank you. Appreciate you watching.
No
All
problem.
right, cool. We are all caught up on that. Maybe I should check to see if people are harassing me on the socials. I'm seeing it now. All right, cool. All right. Where were we? What we want to talk about? Oh, the no wasn't reference to something else. Well, you know what? Good. Oh, good.
Let's see.
Good to hear. I'm glad we have a chatter. Feel free to. I'm just hanging with y'all and transcribing something. Hey, cool. Thanks for hanging out. I
Yeah,
hope
thank you.
I hope we're entertaining to at least one person out there. That's all I care about.
Yeah, we get
Now,
used to this again.
so I think that's a good little wrap on Star Wars for right now. I think. Oh, is there more chat going on?
Yeah.
I expect a solid F. All right, yeah, that's definitely Chris. Okay. Um, let's talk about Coco. Let's talk about a good movie, okay?
Yeah, there we go.
So are you trying to say you haven't watched this beautiful movie?
Actually, I don't know why I my eyes skipped right over Coco. I have actually seen Coco.
Sweet. Good.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the first movie today that we're going to talk about that made me cry.
Really?
Yes, I'm not afraid to admit it. At the end of this movie, the way the story goes and that final climatic stuff is going on, I was a sobbing mess. I like there like if you if you could get to that right level, man, these films can really hit you hard, and this one hit me hard. So I love this movie. I think it's incredible. Talk about great use of music and animation and different culture that we're not used to seeing in Hollywood movies all the time. Like this movie's incredible. 10 out of 10. Recommend.
I couldn't agree more. It kind of introduces you like it's a nice play on the Day of the Dead and kind of introducing you to what that is and what that's all about, and having this beautiful story that ties in with it. Um, it's definitely one of those movies, and I think like Pixar does well with a lot of their cartoons is like both adults and kids can enjoy it. Um, and it has like a deep message with it. So, uh, but I definitely enjoyed it. It was something that Cynthia has. Well, I probably should ask her before I like let her know like how much of her I should talk about. Um, but I will say that her she's Mexican. I'll just say that. First generation
How dare
family
you,
member
Kevin?
in here. And she uh her cousin actually is the one who we were visiting her, and she was like, "Have y'all watched Coco?" And we're like, "No." So you should let us watch it. And from there, every like Halloween, we try to keep it up even through Thanksgiving. We have a table set up with people in our families uh, who passed, and we remember them that way. It's a much more positive way of remembering someone. And what I've learned from this movie, honestly, this movie, what I'm saying is relevant to this movie. Like, so what I learned is how other cultures view death compared to Americans. Um, in a lot of other cultures, it's a beautiful thing, and for us, it's a very sad thing. Not to say they don't get sad, but the way they celebrate life is different. And we now have a table with just picture the colors you see in Coco, like those really colorful art style. Decorating the table, and we put out a sugar skull. We have a legit sugar skull that's in our freezer that we take out every year. Um, and we put it out on the table with photos of lost loved ones, and we remember them. We remember them in a positive light. Uh, so, and that kind of introduced us to it was Coco. But Cynthia's cousin, she introduced us to it, but she did uh, her own table for Day of the Dead. So she kind of gave us pointers and set us up, put us in the right path, kind of thing. It's a really beautiful thing. So, and I loved how this movie just brought all that together. Sorry, I didn't talk about the movie too much. I was just it opened that all up to me. So,
I love it.
um, but the movie itself was beautiful. I loved it. It didn't make me cry. I'm not saying it wasn't sad.
Okay, tough
Um,
guy.
I'm just emotionally dead inside. Okay, no, I'm kidding. um,
That's awesome, dude. I'm just emotionally dead. If I had a soul, I would have cried.
there you go.
Oh, that was awesome, man. That is beautiful. I love how films can be introduced to us in that way, and then can change something in our lives, you know. And now you're embracing your wife's culture now, and it's great. And now you have that thing to share on, and it was over a movie, you know, like that. Yeah, I love that. I love that for you guys. And
Thank you.
this everything you said is totally accurate. You know, like I think death is something that we all experience in lives. You know, and grief is something that everyone has to deal with in their own way. And I think this movie is a great way for kids to be introduced to that, especially at an early age. And not necessarily like that's the main focus, but I think is an important life lesson. And Pixar is a wonderful company to do that. They are full of beautiful life lessons in the skies of an animated film. Um,
Yeah.
and this one to a T. Like we're probably going to talk about Pixar a little bit more. Um, definitely in the future. Like we're definitely not going to get to all of these movies today. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I was good. 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 Sorry.
yeah. For today's talk, though, this Pixar film, 10 out of 10. This is going to be high on my list for sure. Um, I don't even think we need to really talk much more about it, though. Like, if you haven't seen this film, go see it. If you have seen this film, you know why it's amazing.
Yeah. It's beautifully done.
Awesome.
Um, I will say, well, I think probably because of the timing on the other one. I won't go into the other one. All right. So yeah, so just to give you two things, if I may. If you want, we can do 2017 today because I mean, we have ways to go. We're only 5 movies in, um, so if you want, we can do 2017 today. And if you want to move on to another thing, we can. Or if you feel like we have enough time to do some in 2018, but we can always make it where like our next, come see us on our next stream for our when we go over the 2018 list, something like that. If you wanted to do, it gives us more content, so we're not
Yeah.
trying to do it all in one day.
No, I feel that's probably what we're going to do. So, yeah, let's tackle 2017, and we'll probably call it there for today. But then, yeah, we could still just chat and stuff and figure out if we want to do anything else. But
Um,
cool, man. I like it.
and my next movie I'll probably be able to have insight on, just so you're aware, is Dunkirk. That's how far.
Okay,
I don't think I've seen The Shape of Water. I've heard of it,
cool. Well,
but by all means, though, talk about it. Make me want to watch these movies.
awesome, cool. All right, well, The Shape of Water. This is Guillermo del Toro. I'm really bad
Oh,
at pronouncing his name, but talk about another amazing director. He obviously did Pan's Labyrinth. He did Duff Beer. He did Pacific Rim jobs. He's awesome. He was supposed to do the Hobbit films, but then dropped out of those. But this movie was the best picture winner of 2017. Fun fact. Um,
hmm,
I don't necessarily am a big fan of this movie. I and like Hellboy. Hellboy's out one of the first movies that I actually think of when I think of this movie because of like the fish character, right? Like The Shape of Water is a Beauty and the Beast type of movie. You have the beautiful young woman who falls in love with a creature and antics ensue. Like it's one of those films. Um,
okay.
I do like the way that it's shot. The presentation. It's a beautiful film. I just don't think the story um, is warranted to be as long as it is. Maybe because it's a tried and true formula, and I don't remember it pushing the boundaries of that very far. Like it just felt very like yes, it kind of felt like we've seen it before to me. That's just like my vibes that I got from it. So I like the film. I do remember enjoying it, but I don't remember in my mind being best picture worthy. Like I don't think it was fantastic. I don't think it was a Coco. Let's just say that.
Yeah, but it gives you like new perspective. It's a new story at least. It's something. I know you said that you kind of familiarized it with Beauty and the Beast, but there's a lot of like remakes, so it sounds like it's something original, somewhat original.
Um, now that you're saying that, yeah, like I want to say yes, it was an original film, but also it could have been one of those things that was based off a book. You know,
Okay, got it. Got it.
could have been. I'm not going to do the research right now to determine that. So that's
Oh, real side note. Coco, I saw it before. I meant to bring it up. The sequel, 2029, Coco 2.
2029.
Yeah.
That's not a real year. Like what?
I mean, it's 12 years after, you know.
What the fuck?
Sorry, I didn't mean to derail it. I meant to bring it up, and the Wikipedia for Coco is still up, and I just saw it, and I was about to change it, but
Well, I know.
sorry.
I'm glad you said something because I do remember them announcing a sequel, but I do not remember that year. What the hell? Oh my god. Ew.
Yeah.
But hey, at least we're getting a sequel, so that's cool.
Mm.
Hopefully it's good. We're gonna talk about this later, but I did watch
Oop,
Mona,
what just happened? Sorry.
Miona, whatever, the Hawaiian one or the Samoan one. Oh, now I'm just being bad. Never mind. All right, we'll talk about that later. Okay, Kevin actually did see this. I figured. I think we watched it together. I could be wrong on that. But anyway, the next one up is Lady Bird. Lady Bird, beautiful movie. It's an independent movie. It's been a while since I've seen this. I did watch this with my mom years after the fact. Um, Great film. I don't really have much more to say about it. This is more just me rambling and talking about quick little snippets of stuff. But
Would it be a
uh,
good date night movie?
yes, absolutely. Yeah. If you guys want a movie to watch together, I would highly recommend this one. It's a feel good, up and like the young person kind of progressing into like adulthood. That type of movie. Would highly recommend that as like a date movie. Yeah, for sure.
Right. Okay.
Um,
Um,
let's talk about Split. Yeah.
Sure. I think at the time when this movie came out, did they recognize it as being part of that universe with Glass and trying to think of the other
Unbreakable.
movie, Unbreakable. Yeah, did they at the time? Did they kind of hint at that, or at the time did you go into it thinking it was just a standalone thing about a guy with a split personality disorder?
Yep. So, how the film was presented, like the previews and stuff, no, there was no connection to any other universe. It was just M Night Shyamalan. Let's introduce this. So this is M Night
Sorry,
Shyamalan. Um, it is James. Fuck, what's his last name? McAllister or
McAvoy.
McAvoy. Ah, I don't know why I got Alistair, but McAvoy.
Sorry.
Oh my goodness, I'm so bad. But he is the main character. I think isn't it Anna Taylor Joy also was one of the girls in it,
Yep,
or
that is you nailed it.
awesome. Yeah. So this is very early for her. Like she is blown up. Um, but yeah, James
Holy
McAvoy,
crap! Yeah, I didn't realize she was in it. But go ahead. Sorry.
right? Like very like this is one of her early roles, and definitely like she was in it, but it wasn't a standout character. So I think she just kind of went unnoticed from it. But in my memory. But anyway, um, I like this movie a lot. Obviously, it's a little controversial with the split personality killer. You know, this guy has was it like 23 different personalities, and the way that's portrayed, I would say, is probably not. It's not very accurate portrayal. I think it's very like Hollywood portrayal of someone with split personality. And I think if you look at it that way, if you look at it as someone who's not trying to be 100% authentic and just trying to portray a character that's has different personalities in her head and like trying to make that appealing to a movie audience, I think the performance works. I think he's incredible in it, and the way that he is able to change characters is very impressive. Um, and I thought the movie was shot very well, and like I do really like the direction of it. It's very haunting. It's a thriller. I will say I'm more of a thriller fan than a horror fan. It's not a very bloody film. Like I'd rather be that suspenseful thriller vibe than seeing someone just getting cut up and bloody. Like that's boring to me. I want something that's more psychological thrilling. So this movie really does it for me. I do really like this movie. To speak more about what Kevin was hinting at the top, this movie does connect to a previous film in M. Night Shyamalan's catalog, Unbreakable. This was like one of his first movies, right? Like Unbreakable was before The Sixth Sense, yes?
Uh, oh yes, yes, Unbreakable. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, so
Um,
pretty cool that he went back to a very early film. To speak on this real quick, if anyone doesn't know, Unbreakable, I want to say it came out in the year 2000. Um,
yep. The Sixth Sense actually came out in 1999, so
okay,
it was, yep. So it was close.
so they're close, but yeah, so still very early in his career. And Bruce Willis was quote unquote a superhero. He is the titular Unbreakable. He Bruce Willis is a character that can't be hurt or like is like unbreakable, like his skin and bones don't break. So yeah, and that was like a one and done film. Samuel Jackson was in it. He was he the villain, like the secret villain in that movie?
In Glass, he was Unbreakable. Is a little. Uh,
He might have been like a pseudo villain, or like I definitely know he had. It was a mysterious role. Like it wasn't very clear, and it was kind of like hidden that he had powers as well.
yeah, and just what I saw from Quentin, like just from the Wikipedia page about Unbreakable, Quentin Tarantino included on his top 20 films released from 1992 to 2009. It's in his
Nice.
top 20. So,
That's impressive. I actually kind of want to like go back and do something similar, like doing like top tens. That's kind of like why I wanted to start with just doing a year and then do like maybe like decades or something like that. But that's very high praise from Quentin Tarantino, who's definitely like one of my favorite filmmakers.
I
But
think he has some weight to his words, right?
yeah, yeah,
he's,
that's definitely a good way of putting it.
he's had moderate success in the industry.
Yeah, yeah, little up and coming filmmaker. But yeah, so Split to be a pseudo sequel to that film and only really be a sequel to it until the like post credit scene, or like it might even been like the last film or the last scene of the film. I forget if it was a post credits or actually attached to the movie, but basically, Bruce Willis is in a cafe and he's seeing the news broadcast that this is going on, and that's the only way they connected the film. It wasn't in the previews as connecting, so it was just like a fun little thing. Like, oh, that's cute that it was connected to a previous film, and then they announced the third one, and that was Glass, and that's going to be something that we're going to talk about in the future.
Yeah. I don't think there's much more I can add because you covered that very well. But yeah, the scene apparently, um, Mr. Glass gets his name dropped as the in the scene that connects the two,
Oh,
or
okay.
connects it to that series, I guess. But I guess Mr. Glass's name gets dropped.
That's
But yeah,
cool.
no, I remember because I think I saw it on here for our one of the movies we're gonna go over, I think. Or let me see what year came out real quick.
Yeah, Glass is
Hello?
definitely somewhere over here. Oh,
Oh, so that was also the year before this. So it gave me
oh,
okay, so it would have given me Cloverfield Lane vibes, except without the split personalities. But it was like these three women who were kidnapped. It was kind of like that same kind of thing where you have these women who are trapped, uh, and he's basically going through all of his different personalities, holding these women captive. And I remember they tried to. He does such a good job playing all the different James McAvoy playing all the different personalities, like you said. Um, it doesn't seem. I've seen movies where all an actor has to do is have a somewhat authentic sounding accent of another country, and they can't do that. And this guy knocked out multiple different personalities. Whether or not you did say it was controversy regarding that, I don't know too much on that end. I was entertained, and it didn't seem forced when he was doing the different personalities. Um, the then when there like a small kid, I found that one to be jarring, a little jarring, but it
yeah,
didn't make me dislike it. I guess it just was jarring because he's acting like a kid. I have no other reason aside from that,
yeah.
but no, I thought it was an excellent movie. I thought it was really good, and it was a nice little spin, or tie-in rather. Um, I guess as it's mentioned, it's a stealth sequel. I didn't know that terminology existed, but um,
I like
it
that.
was a stealth sequel to Unbreakable.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting that because it's not a sequel until the very end of the film, right? So that's a
Yeah.
good way of doing that.
Yeah. All right.
Cool. Well, that sounds pretty high up on our list jointly, so that's pretty cool. Next
Mhm.
one up, Baby Driver. This is a cool film. So you haven't seen this film?
I have not.
Okay.
I have
Well,
not seen that one.
this is one I
I've
would.
heard about it. I feel
Yeah,
like the name Baby Driver. I've heard it across many different platforms. But go ahead.
great film. Edgar Wright, who you might know from Shaun of the Dead, the Scott Pilgrim film, um, the Hot Fuzz. This is one like this was the movie after he finished his like trilogy of films. I want to say. So I mean, right away, very fun, right? Music is heavily involved in this movie. The director talked about how when he was editing the film, like he had the soundtrack be a part of it. So, as someone who is like very musically inclined, like that I am, that hits hard with me, and it's good music. It's good vibes. The acting's incredible. John Hamm is one of the supporting actors. He's incredible in it. Jamie Foxx is really good in it too. Um, Kevin Spacey's in the movie, which unfortunately his career has totally um, been obliterated, but I did think he was good in the movie for what it's worth. But yeah, very fun. I would say it's a very fun date movie too. It's a fun romp. It's like that boy loves girl, boys in the mob. He needs to like get out of the mob. Like he's in a very bad situation. He needs to get out. And it's just presented in a very fun musical way. But not the musical like they're breaking out and singing, but the music video moments happen. So and then like the driving is really good. There's really good action with the driving. How that's really shot and portrayed as well. So I would highly recommend Baby Driver. It's definitely going to be high up on my list.
Okay. I'll definitely, as much as I've heard about it, I'm surprised I haven't. Is it? Well, you don't gotta look that up. I'll figure it out later. But I think sometimes some of these movies I don't get to see them because they don't go on the streaming platforms that I'm subscribed to. So sometimes I just don't get to see it from that unless I'm looking for it. Because even say like Amazon Prime, they they advertise certain things, but I feel like because you could rent any movie from Amazon Prime if you wanted to.
Mm.
Um, and I just don't recall Baby Driver being advertised to me. So it's just I'm not in the
Oh,
algorithm apparently.
yeah, that
so,
that
so,
that's a very good point, Kevin. That's something I also
yeah.
kind of wanted to talk about because going over the list of films that I've seen, there was a lot that I'm like, oh yeah, I never got to watch that film, and that's a very good thing that you brought up. We're in this whole new landscape of film releases where we get we get certain services, right? We all have Netflix, and we might have another service, right? And only the films that come out on those services are the ones we're going to watch unless we pay more money to rent or buy. But then, do we even know about the films, right? Like, how do we get told what should we watch? If you go on Facebook and you're scrolling on your news feed, sometimes you get a movie, other times you get garbage. Just
Yeah.
straight up garbage, you know?
Good way of putting it.
So like it's very hard. I don't know. I think it's how we consume stuff. Like for me, I like listening to a movie podcast, right? Like I have my weekly movie podcast where I listen to a couple chuckleheads talk about things that they've been watching, and they always do like one main review. And that's a good way for me to find stuff to watch. Otherwise, I'm kind of am just hoping for um, the news feed to give me something, right? And sometimes I'll get like a trailer or like I hear about Edgar Wright. Like for me, I knew Edgar Wright movies were coming out because I'm a fan of his. So I look out for stuff like that. And sometimes the algorithm hits me. I don't know. Yeah, that brings up a good point with the algorithm. Like maybe it's just not tuned in to tell you about these things, which like really sucks. Like we miss a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, like that. And I think I could say the same about Ladybird. Like I don't recall that one. Like unless you are actively seeing the trailers or something, like the moment the movie is no longer in theaters, it's like you're kind of stuck um, trying to figure out, what movies did I miss? Because there are times where I'm like, there has to be. I get caught up in uh, basically like in a vortex where I can't find a movie that appeals to me, and
Mm.
like I'm watching a lot of indie movies because like some of them are really good, but I'm like, there has to be movies I've missed in the past that just aren't springing up to me, and if I just don't know them, I can't recall them. I guess unless I do, well, this list has been it's bringing attention to a lot of movies that I missed, but I guess going on Google and looking up movies year by year just to see what may have passed by me.
Yeah,
Um,
that for this list, I went to Wikipedia and did list of films of 2017, and it just did every date here this movie came out, and that definitely helped me make this list because I could not recall everything I watched. Like, I definitely need to have a list like that in order to do this. But when I was doing that, yeah, there was a ton, even for me, that was like, oh yeah, I wanted to see that. I need to get around to that. Um, but yeah, it's hard, man. It's hard, and like I think some of these services are bad about not giving us um, older films. Um, I just recently watched The Sting. The Sting was a movie that came out in the 70s with Robert Redford and Paul Newman. That
okay.
that movie from the 70s was the oldest film on Netflix as of recently, and it was marked as leaving soon too. And I don't even know what
Wow.
the next one is. So like, what are we just gonna forget about movies that came out before the 1980s now? Like, is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
So like, yeah, discoverability is very hard and very challenging. But I do encourage people to look outside of the normal Hollywood barrier. You brought up Lady Bird. Lady Bird was a very independent film, so I'm not surprised that you did not hear about it. Um,
Okay.
I feel like I got lucky and just kind of heard about it, and it just sounded appealing, so I gave it a try, and I was not disappointed. So definitely look for the indie films. Indie films are pretty good.
Yeah.
Turns out, controversial statement. Watch out, people. All right. So Baby Driver, love it. Go check it out. Highly recommend. Dunkirk. Why don't you talk about Dunkirk? I need to do a little breaky break. But you want to talk about Dunkirk for a little bit?
Sure. Dunkirk was a movie that was uh, basically produced by Christopher Nolan, who did the Batman trilogy that had, I was going to say Chris Hemsworth, but that's obviously not correct. um, I'm just blanking on the name. Joker Batman. Uh, and The Dark Knight. I don't know why I'm having a brain fart right now. Heath Ledger. Jeez. Ask me any other time when I'm not recording and I'll remember that. But anyways, the plot of Dunkirk was basically during World War II. It took place. Um, the reason I brought that up is because Christopher Nolan, who did that, the Dark Knight series trilogy, rather, he did this. He did Dunkirk, which his focus was on cinematography and music, and the music Chef's Kiss was done by the great Hans Zimmer, who you might remember some of. Like I'm only going to go into all of this. I just Interstellar is another one that Hans Zimmer did the music to, the musical score, and it just puts you on the edge of your seat. Um, I the whole movie from start to finish is compelling. It's suspenseful. You're on the edge of your seat. You don't know what's going to happen. Are all of these French soldiers on the beach about to die? Um, because they're all just standing there waiting for ships to arrive to take them off and retreat. Because basically, this is during World War II, and the Nazis are basically taking over France. They're kind of taking over, and the soldiers have to retreat and recoup basically. And this is before the United States got involved. It takes place in 1940. So seeing the was it the I just remember from in England. Yeah, so England had civilian boats. Basically, they were all hands on deck. There were losing tons of warships because of the German submarines, and it was just you were seeing it from different perspectives. You were seeing the movie from the soldiers who were trying to flee. You're seeing it from Tom Hardy's perspective up in the airplanes, having their dogfights up there, um, which I'll get to that in a second. And then the other one was from the civilians' perspective, who are trying to get over to Dunkirk and save all of these soldiers and try to help them evacuate. They were just anybody who had a working vessel, a boat, get your ass over there and save all these soldiers. And uh, the one scene that stands out to me, there's so many because there's very little dialogue in this movie. Because as I mentioned, his focus, Christopher Nolan's focus was cinematography and music to give you that immersion into this very dire situation that they were all facing. And uh, the one scene where Tom Hardy is coming in with his airplane, trying to stop a bomber, essentially, from getting to. There's a bunch of oil on the top of the water, and it was just this really compelling musical score that just made you like, is he going to get there in time, kind of thing. And I just remember I could watch this over and over, and it's compelling every single time. You have like the question of, is he going to make it, kind of, uh, every time you watch the movie. And I think they did a very very good job. That's Christopher Nolan with Hans Zimmer. I think it was excellent. Um, the I'm trying to think of, like, besides Tom Hardy, was there any like other big names that come to my mind? And yeah, for me, no, but I could be wrong. Like it, but but overall, I thought it was an excellent, excellent movie. And apparently, it was the largest grossing movie, highest grossing World War II film until it was surpassed by Christopher Nolan's movie again, Oppenheimer, in 2023, which I'm sure that is on the list.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yep, Oppenheimer. Yep, there it is.
Oppenheimer is incredible. Can we just talk about
Yeah.
Oppenheimer? No, okay. So sorry I missed your conversation about Dunkirk. It sounded like
No,
you enjoyed the movie.
I did. I gave it quite a synopsis, that Christopher Nolan, you know, I uh, I called Heath Ledger. Not no, I don't want you to get mad at me.
Oh, Tom
I
Hardy, Heath
playfully
Ledger.
no, Chris Hemsworth.
Uh, that's
But
funny.
I playfully said that because I even then I knew it wasn't Chris Hemsworth. Obviously, as I'm like, Christopher Nolan directed the Batman trilogy that had uh, the Joker played by, and I couldn't remember his name,
Okay.
Heath Ledger.
Gotcha.
But that Christopher Nolan did this. The musical score was by the great Hans Zimmer. Um, and I was talking about the scene in particular where Tom Hardy's trying to attack, like he's having a dogfight above all these ships, and basically there's that. If you remember the scene where uh, Tom Hardy's basically there's a German plane, I believe, and it's going toward, like, there's oil on the water and there's all these people in the water,
Mm.
and everyone's watching this dogfight above them with the planes, and there's this musical score that's just it. I don't know how to describe it, but it gives you, like, it gave me like goosebumps every time I watch it. It's the Hans Zimmer effect, because Hans Zimmer also did the musical score for like Interstellar and plenty of other movies. Um, it's just it was captivating. I love the movie from start to finish. It and I don't know if you heard me say that Christopher Nolan's direction with this movie was not so much in the dialogue, but more cinematography and music. That was his drive. That's why there wasn't a lot of dialogue. It was
Yeah.
done on purpose. So to really
Yeah.
build up that immersion of a dire situation that you're watching them trying to escape. I think it was France, and try to get to England because Germany was coming, so they were taking over.
That's nice that you caught that, Kevin. I do see that, and like the playing with the time. I do like that there's three different perspectives that the film
Yep.
tells, and each one of them is told over a different span of time. I want to say, right? Like really, really cool. The movie did
Yeah, that
not.
was another thing. You don't know what timeline, kind of. You don't know quite where things are until it ties it all together. But go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. I do like aspects of the film. For whatever reason, I remember it not hitting as hard for me. That could have been just wrong place of mind and like watching the movie. Like maybe it just didn't click for that. After hearing you talk about it again, it's like, man, maybe I should watch this movie again and see because I do love Christopher Nolan. I mean, we've been talking about directors, but this is only the 10th movie that we talked about, and every single one is like, oh, the director, the director. But Christopher Nolan, man, what a guy. He is definitely one of my favorites that's working right now. So, but this one's definitely not my favorite of his, but maybe I need to rewatch it. But I do like that you enjoyed it quite a bit.
Yeah, yeah, I did. If I may ask, do you like war movies?
I think you hit the head on the head or the nail there. You hit the head on the head there, Kevin. um, I'm not I'm not opposed to them, but I will say I don't gravitate towards them like horror movies. I do
But
like certain ones, obviously, like Full Metal Jacket, and that's about
do you
it.
ever, did you ever watch like Band of Brothers or anything like that?
Nope, didn't watch it.
Hey, I mean, it's a genre, and maybe that's also plays a factor. Maybe the genre is not quite a thing for you, which and there's
Yeah,
no malice toward that. So
yeah.
I respect it.
Yeah, and I totally like respect people wanting to be in that space. I think as the person that I am, I don't always want to be in that space. Saving Private Ryan is a really good movie, but I don't seek it out. Like I don't want to like rewatch it all the time. Like I need to be in the right space to want to watch that, and especially in like today's political environment and like the last 10 years that we've been in, the last 20 years, our entire lifetime. Like it's hard to watch war movies for me.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, but
Um,
yeah,
one of Christopher Nolan's objectives with Dunkirk too was to avoid the politics of what was going on back then.
cool.
Um, so that made I'd say you rewatch it just to see if you like it
I
a
would.
little more.
You know what's funny?
Hmm, shoot.
I do have the
Are we
movie,
still connected?
so it's there. I have the ability to watch it, but it's just
Oh,
I bought it because I love Christopher Nolan. I will say that.
all right. Hey, it's like I said. I can pull up Spotify and listen to Hans Zimmer music too. So that also played a big factor for me.
That's
Um,
fair.
so and Christopher Nolan obviously does a really good job at building up suspense. So uh, for those factors alone, I think that's why I enjoyed it too. So, um,
Cool, man.
but yeah, I guess I would say I grew up watching war movies because of my dad. So I guess that's probably maybe where I I guess I grew up with it, so therefore I guess I enjoy it more. Um,
Yeah.
because I didn't watch the Pacific because the Pacific was like another series on HBO that told a different story of World War II from the Band of Brothers. Um, but those were really good like story builders. I can't remember if it involved politics or anything too much, but uh, oh, I know another war movie you liked a lot. Inglorious Bastards.
Brilliant movie. That's an amazing movie, and it's funny. Like I don't think of that as a traditional war movie, right? Like there's not the storming of Normandy Beach or like those kind of scenes. So that's a good catch, Kevin. That's a nice one. I would argue that it's a war. Fuck. Well, that's a deeper discussion. I think that's actually like a very cool discussion. Cause that's funny. That plays off genre really well. Um, but cool. I do love that movie. I will say that. There's no argument there. I'm not, and like that's the thing. Like I'm not against any genre. Like I would watch any movie if it's a great movie. And I'm not even saying Dunkirk is not a great movie. Like obviously
Yeah.
it's a fine movie. It was more it didn't click with me. Um,
Yeah.
and I'm an adult enough to recognize that if something didn't click with me, I recognize that it's not bad.
Ah, look at that growth.
All right, let's talk about another film, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
All right. I mean, I don't. I feel like all the Guardians of the Galaxy movies hit well with us. I don't think. Trying to think. I am trying to remember the exact. I'm not gonna lie. I am trying to remember the exact plot. If you don't mind reminding me, I don't remember
Sure.
anything sticking out as me not liking it.
Cool.
Uh, just I might just need a reminder of which one this was. I apologize.
So this is the one with Star Lord's dad, Ego, comes into picture.
Oh, the planet.
Yep, the planet
Okay.
Celestial. Um, yeah, this is another great film. You got Baby Groot. You don't really need to say much more than that. Um, steals the movie, right? Like Groot was already a fan favorite from the first movie, but then Volume Two, he's this adorable little creature that anything he does is just the most adorable thing you've ever seen in your life. And I've definitely fallen hard for him. Like, I think a lot of films have tried to replicate what Baby Groot was and fail because they don't understand the reason why he does certain things. And yeah, like honestly, like looking back, like it's for me, it's all about Baby Groot in that movie. um, but another great use of music. James Gunn was the director of this film, and another example of a great score makes a great movie. He took a lot of those classic rock songs and applied them in such a great way, used them so well. I could watch this movie over and over again for sure. I would argue that Guardians of the Galaxy is some of the best Marvel movies out there for sure. I think Kevin and I definitely want to do a tier of Marvel stuff. Maybe we can interject that somewhere in this list fiasco list fever that we're doing.
Oh yeah.
We'll get around to Marvel sometime, but Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 ranks really high for me.
I had, okay. I do kind
Mantis.
of remember. I remember bits and pieces of it, but I do remember enjoying it. The I do remember the that Kurt Russell. Yeah, Kurt Russell's character. He was basically manipulating uh his name. Oh, Ego rather. Ego is manipulating Quill,
Yep, Peter Quill,
and
Star Lord.
yep, yeah, and I remember that he was trying to basically get Star Lord to inherit the powers that of a Celestial. So uh, I ended up turning it down after he found out the nefariousness to it and everything. It's coming back to me a little bit. It took me a second. 2017 is a while ago. I
Yep,
apologize.
it's all good. It's all good.
But yeah, no, I do remember enjoying that movie. Because there it wasn't like Thor where some of them like kind of fell off, but the most recent one is the one I'm thinking of. But Love and Thunder, it had its
Uh,
funny moments, but it was just too silly for me. But sorry, that's in the future. But yeah, no, overall, I think you nailed it. I think it was a great movie.
yeah, nice. Yeah, it definitely ranks high for me. We'll definitely we're gonna be talking about this again when we make the top 10 list for me for sure.
Yep.
Um,
And I'll definitely be watching a few of these movies to remind myself, so I'll be more informed for our next list.
Yeah, very transparent with everyone. We're just going off of feels. Some of these movies I've only seen the one time, and some movies I've seen a couple times. So this is just like a feel. Like, hey, we haven't. This is just an excuse to talk about stuff. So don't expect a lot of heavy hitting commentary or anything. But yeah.
You're all right though.
This next one, John Wick Chapter Two. Um, John Wick films, man. Wow. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've only seen the first two. I still have. I've been sleeping on Chapter Three and Chapter Four. So this is the last thing that I've seen of John Wick. Um, I do remember really liking it. I liked the like towards the end when it became like a bigger film, like when the whole universe kind of more opens up. I felt like the first bit felt a little retready of the first movie, which is probably what you have to do when you're making a John Wick film. I will say the first one, John Wick, that's like definitely like a masterpiece. I would say like that's a fantastic action movie. Keanu Reeves is the titular John Wick. Like he is that character, and he plays it so well. Keanu Reeves, when he's like on the top of his game, there's no beating it. Um, Incredible actor, incredible character. He's the character that can assassinate anybody. Just go in and he's just gonna wreck it, and that's it's great. It's great fun.
And they had excellent action scenes.
Yeah, the way they're shot and the setups, incredible. It's sad too, like the start of the first John Wick film. But we're not here to talk about John Wick Chapter One. We're here to talk about Chapter Two. Um, yeah, I remember Chapter Two and feeling like, yeah, that was fun. It was a good movie. I think Chapter One was definitely more impactful, but yeah, Chapter Two, very good film. Still, I still need to watch three and four. I just for whatever reason haven't gone around to them yet.
It's okay. Now I'm trying to. Well, we'll get to that later. But yeah, no. I think this they like you mentioned the shooting scenes, the action scenes were well shot. Uh, it's just once it starts going, it doesn't stop. I feel like for an hour, it's just him shooting and killing people, and um, with this movie, you don't need like a too in depth story, I guess. But like you said, it does kind of open it up near the end. Um, because at the end, that's where it's this movie that
He's like on the
he
hunt by the whole like agency at the end of the movie.
yeah, because he refused. Because did he go into the hotel or what was it that was the catalyst? I'm trying to remember.
He went to a
Um,
hotel and like towards the beginning, like they introduced that um not character, but that environment. The idea that all these assassins have a joint hideout at this hotel, and they can buy stuff with this gold. And I like the universe building, right? Like they're building a universe. They have all this spin-off stuff. They have a
yeah,
show on either Paramount or Peacock, and they have this other movie coming out, The Ballerina. Like that's set in the John Wick universe. Like they're really trying to build this up as like an MCU universe, and I don't know. I think it's cool that they're doing it, but also I just don't know if it's warranted. But I'd rather them do this than I think it is fun to do in universe stuff. I just for whatever reason I'm not too drawn to this particular one.
yeah, yeah. No, it's all right. I thought it was a nice setup for number three, and as you meant, like John Wick was listed as excommunicado. Um, but Ian McShane, Lawrence Fishburne, Keanu Reeves, Lance Reddick, the late Lance Reddick,
Oh
unfortunately.
yeah, what
Um,
an actor, man.
great supporting cast.
Yeah, hearts go out to the Lance Reddick family. he was such a great supporting actor. When I heard of his passing, I was definitely pretty sad about that one.
Yeah. And
Um, yeah, I think actually like hearing you talk about it, I definitely want to revisit going to like watch chapter 3 and 4. Hopefully by the next time we do the years, I didn't put them on the years that they released on these lists, but we have quite a few lists to talk about, so maybe I could add them in the future when they do come around. And feel free to add them yourself if you've already seen them. Feel free to add them, Kevin.
yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, I'm taking mental notes, and I have this sheet spreadsheet on my phone, so I can
Sweet.
reference it whenever I need.
Perfect. All right. Anything else for John Wick?
Nope, just if you want something that's just good fun, blowing up, shooting up people, and Keanu Reeves kicking ass, it's your movie. That's
There,
your movie,
there you
or
go.
the whole trilogy. But yeah, or not trilogy. I was trying to remember chapter 4, but I guess you're right. I guess there was.
Came out
I guess
recently.
that one did come out already.
You know.
So for some reason, 'cause I thought there was another one, 2023. So yeah, I did see that one too. I will have to refresh my memory before we get to that. So
Well, we got some time, my friend. But
yes,
let's talk about Okja. Okja is a very interesting film. I'm guessing this is one that you have not seen.
no, unfortunately.
All good, all good. So this is by the director of another new personal favorite of mine. He is a South Korean director, Bong Joon-ho. Have you heard about him? I feel like I might be doing a bad job of the pronunciation, but he has directed Snowpiercer. I'm pretty sure you've seen that.
Okay. Snowpiercer, I have.
He also directed Parasite.
Yep, seen that.
Okay, yeah. So, spoiler alert: Parasite's one of my favorite films. But this one, Okja, came out 2017. The main thing is this like animated cow pig thing. Like it's like a whole different creature. It's a make believe character, but interacting in the real world. And I think it's like they're experimenting on him, and he's trying to escape, and this girl finds it, and they go on this journey together. The movie didn't quite work with me either, but it was fun. It was original. I will say that. Like, I'm not gonna fault the movie for trying something and not 100% succeeding. And I do really like how this director presents his films. I like there's a little bit. It's like the Marvel effect where Marvel's able to insert the comedic elements very seamlessly and it doesn't feel forced all the time. Like he definitely does that very well. And he's a South Korean director working with English actors and stuff, and it's still able to pull off very well. So, um, I do. I feel like I want to rewatch this one too. Um, I do remember liking elements of it, but by the end, like I was kind of ready to like be done with it. So it wasn't my favorite, but I still would recommend it to check it out if you want something new and fresh.
Okay, definitely. Yeah, I'm up for anything new, and it sounds like that one you would consider an original.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely
Yeah.
original
So
ideas.
cool. Yeah, I'm all for that. I like it.
Yeah.
Uh,
So the next one is totally not original. Another franchise.
yep.
Um,
The sequel to uh, drawing a
Prometheus.
blank on it now. Prometheus. There you go.
Yeah. So pretty interesting. I don't think this was directed by Ridley Scott though. Ridley Scott did Prometheus, I want to say, and he did the
It
original.
was directed by Ridley Scott.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you for double checking.
No problem.
Interesting. Yeah, because what an interesting lineage. Now I will say, so I feel like this movie you can't talk about Alien Covenant without talking about Prometheus, right?
Yeah.
I love Prometheus. I think for me, that's my personal favorite Alien franchise film. Um, I was not a huge fan of the films before seeing Prometheus, so that might be why. I only watched the first one before seeing Prometheus. So and
Mhm.
like I also watched like the Alien versus Predator films, but those don't count, like um so for someone who is a light fan of alien movies, this particular alien,
Yeah.
I like Prometheus for me is awesome. Like I love Prometheus. I love what it did. I love the universe building that it did. I love the whole idea of that alien race basically starting the human race, like what they showed and how they showed that. Like that to me that hits me so hard. So I love stuff like that. So that's my thoughts on like Prometheus, the setup for this movie, which is basically like a direct follow up, but only like Michael Fassbender is the only connecting character. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like it's a sequel, but it's also its own film in a way. Which I feel, I guess, like Alien and Aliens did, right? Like Sigourney Weaver's character is the only connecting character, but it's still the same universe, right? So it's not
Yeah.
unheard of. But yeah, Alien Covenant. I think it's a good movie. I do like a lot of the elements of it. I don't think it did a good job of. Um, I don't think it did a good job of like continuing the universe building. There are some elements that it did, but I felt like the movie wanted to do more, but it didn't. And to me, it really suffered. I was really like looking forward to this one, and it kind of fell flat for me. I will say, like, I do like overall, I think it's a fine movie, but the expectation of building off Prometheus and continuing the evolution of learning more about how the aliens started, and to me, like looking back, I don't think it did enough to continue that.
No. Yeah, because I'm like looking into it too, and I feel like this one blends in for me with Prometheus. Um, I think the thing that honestly stands out about this movie, I guess, which might be telling, is the trailer of because they showed the damn scene so many times of our favorite little xenomorph on top of the ship just uh, basically I don't know if it shows it busting the windshield, but it's basically on the outside of the ship, uh, roaring basically. Um,
Yeah,
and
and
like, oh, he's officially back. Our xenomorph is back.
and
I
that's
know it's
like
a different xenomorph, but yeah.
right, and that's like the cover of the movie, right? Like that shot.
Yeah, basically. And that's honestly the most memorable part. Not to say it's bad, but uh, it's not jumping out at me. I guess. I think I enjoyed it. I didn't hate it, but I don't think, like you said, it didn't really add much more to the universe. It just seemed like maybe a continuation, even though it was supposed to be years in the future for Alien Covenant, or not Alien Covenant, sorry, Prometheus. Um, but I did see that it was the first iteration of. I just saw the Alien. I just had the damn Neomorph. There you go. It was the introduction of the Neomorphs was in this movie,
Okay.
which was a different type of hybrid of the alien. It
Yeah.
kind of looks like a person's face with, well, not even. I can't say that actually, but it looks creepy as shit for sure.
Yeah, I think I wasn't really impressed with that. Like I think I was expecting more from it, and I remember not really enjoying the design. Maybe I don't know. I forget what wasn't clicking too much, but just overall, like to me, it was a letdown after Prometheus.
Yeah, I'll have to probably rewatch it. I might feel the same way because It's not jumping out at me at the moment.
which
I like
is
the Alien universe. I just like Alien in general, so I think I maybe have liked it for that reason. But um, just because I'm simple minded, I guess when it comes to ooh
yeah,
Alien,
yeah,
ooh
and
shiny
like,
object.
and I get that. Like, it's fun
Yeah.
being in those universes, right? That's kind of like what I was trying to like say with like the John Wick. Like, yeah, it's fun to just stay in the universe, and if you're gonna watch a movie, it is fun to have it be connected to something else. But also, if you're not in deep with those previous movies, then yeah, it's easy to not get included in and not want to stay with it. So it's like a double-edged sword, right? Like, you either are your own thing and not connected to anything, and or you're connected to the universe. So
Yeah.
what was I gonna say? Yeah, I like. There's also that new. Oh, sorry. What was what I really was gonna say was I did watch Aliens for the first time very recently, actually last year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What did you think of it?
I thought it was great. You know, like, talk about a fun movie, a fun action movie. I did try to watch it when I was younger, but like, I do remember not seeing all of it when I was younger. But I totally made up for it now. I've seen the whole movie. It was great, a lot of fun, great action. Um, that's how you do an Aliens movie, as you go back into the '80s and make
All right, guys, get rid of all this technology. We're going back to props
it.
and
Yeah.
leather suits.
Oh, dude, I will say it was
Rubber
really
suits.
funny watching those aliens blow up. Like,
Yeah.
nowadays, like, what, being 40 years removed from it, and you're just seeing like all these bodies, and they're just like, it's just like puppets like being exploded and stuff. It's really funny to watch nowadays.
I remember the first one where the alien gets blown out of the ship. It just looks, it just looks like they have a a mold of an alien thing, like shooting down like a line because it just hits the side of the ship and just the arms and nothing moves. It just it just looks like a awkward shaped doll hitting the side of the ship almost.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's fun. Not that it took away from it or anything.
No.
It was in its time. So
Yeah, for sure.
I'm actually going to add a movie to 2024,
Okay.
Alien Romulus.
Cool.
So
Yeah, I was gonna say there was a recent one that came out, so it sounds like you already watched it.
I did. Uh,
Cool. Let's not talk
I'll
about
go over it more in
it.
detail later, uh, but there is some very distracting CGI at times. Because I think uh, the guy who played they get the same act they get the guy who played the what do they call them? Not cyborgs.
Like
What do they call
androids?
the robots? What do they call them in these movies?
Is it not just androids, or is it different,
Android. Okay, it might be Android. Yeah.
or synthesoids, or
And
something like that?
yeah, Android Science. Yeah, is yeah. So they took the likeness of the late Ian Holm. Ian Holm is the actor who played the android from I think the first set of movies,
I believe so. Yeah.
and so he's dead. So this is a computer generated model of him. Um, so it's if you look at the mouth area, that's all I'm gonna say. You look at the mouth area. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. So if you remember that when you see the movie, you might. It's noticeable enough. I don't think I would, knowing you and how you like you see the details. I think you're going to. Overall, the story was fun, but um, yeah, because it takes place. I think before, like somewhere in between one and two, Alien one and two, but it's
Oh.
connected to. I want to say like it's a connection between the Alien movies and the Alien Covenant movies, kind of
Okay.
thing. Yeah,
Okay.
it's like kind of a connection there. I honestly did not spoil anything. It's like it's
Yeah.
all new stuff. It doesn't give much what do you call it? It doesn't give much backstory involving either movie. You just kind of you get inferences uh, about where they're at in the universe, what year they're in. Um, yeah, so
Cool.
that's all I'll say about that. I guess. Sorry, I'm talking about a whole different movie. I apologize on tangent. We'll get to that when we talk about Romulus.
Let's see. Later this year, we'll talk about the 2024 films. At the rate that we're going.
EPA 2026.
Yeah.
And then we'll add 2025 to the list.
Right. Yeah. All right. Well. Cool, man. Well. Alien Covenant. What'd you do?
No, nothing.
Stop messing with my list, Kevin.
Power Control Z.
So next one up, The Disaster Artist. Is this a movie that you have seen?
I did not. I actually haven't even seen. What's this is a sequel to another movie, right?
Well, it's not quite a sequel. This is a biographical film about another making of another film called The
Oh, hi,
Room.
Brock.
Yeah, it's crazy. So this movie's amazing. I will say that. And I'm also there with you, Kevin. I did not watch the movie that this is based off of. Tommy Wiseau's film The Room. Because I don't hate myself that much. And I feel after watching this movie, I've seen everything that I need to see from that other movie. Um, the Room is a movie that is notorious for being terrible. We
Mhm.
don't really have to go into detail about this because we could talk about this for the next 30 minutes, you know. But that film is notorious for being bad, and I think it probably would be fun just to do like a hate watch on it and like get drunk and have a bunch of people over. That's kind of seems like what the vibe is from people who've watched it nowadays. But this movie stars James Franco and I think his brother actually. Yeah, Dave Franco's in it too, which is awesome. So you got the two Franco brothers playing off each other, and they recreate a lot of the original movie. So you see those scenes that have been memed. You can't go anywhere without seeing those memes from the room. You probably have seen them and you don't even recognize it, you know. But um, after watching the Disaster Artist, you'll like then clue into all of the inside bits. I will say very enjoyable, especially if you haven't seen the original movie like I have. Like I did not know, I didn't watch the movie, but I knew about it. This movie tells you everything you need to know, so don't feel like it's a prerequisite to watch this movie, The Disaster Artist. Would highly recommend it. James Franco, I will say, is one of those guys who seems to have gone off the deep end recently. I don't know if he's returned to grace, but he did do some weird stuff a couple years ago. Um, so I'm not sure if he's still cool to talk about and stuff, but um, in either case, this movie, the Disaster Artist, is pretty incredible and would highly recommend.
I will. No, I've heard about the movie. I remember it being a fun little movie to watch on the weekend with the wife. Um,
Yeah, if you want like a comedy film to watch, that's a
yeah,
great comedy.
yeah, definitely. Uh,
Are we still
Actually, it
live?
seems like it has a
Oh
whole
shit.
bunch of actors and stuff that I enjoy, so I think I would like it.
Oh, I think you would really like it. Sorry, I'm just making sure that we're still live. It looks like we are, but I
Hey,
just want to make sure we're looking good. Two nine. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Thank you
um,
everyone for sticking with us. I am going to minimize this. bring this back up, get my setup back up and running. All right, Blake, we've been going for a while.
We're about the halfway point, or we're just past the halfway point.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. On one hand, I can't believe it, but on the other hand, this is like way longer than I thought. All right. I'm just going to do another story real quick.
Sure. You're gonna do another story real quick?
Just posted on social that we're still doing it. People can join us if they are just.
Sure. I guess I'll do a soft introduction to Get Out while you're doing that.
Ooh, yes, please. You've seen Get Out then?
I have.
Oh, beautiful.
I liked it.
Yeah.
It was creepy. And yeah, so Jordan Peele is really direct.
Kevin, wait a second. You were getting a little beepy boopy. Oh yeah, you're Mr. Robot voice right now. Your camera's still a little. Ooh, keep talking.
Shit. Okay.
It's better.
I gotta say that the connection was connected, but I'm still connected.
If you say so. I don't know what any of that was. Oh man.
Just review.
Yeah, you sound very robot right now. It might just be a temporary bad connection. You were sounding good for a while there.
Hear me?
Well, I hope.
Here.
It's still kind of potato quality. Why can't things just work? Like, I just want to talk about movies with my buddy.
The
If anyone has suggestions of how we can do this better, please let us know in the comments below. We love to get advice on how to do this stuff because we're just trying to figure it out by ourselves.
My still potato quality.
It's like it wants to be better, but it's still kind of clippy. Can you talk some more?
Yeah. My name's Kevin Valentine. I guess I shouldn't have said. Well, it doesn't matter.
You sound better.
I'm sure they'd find it. So.
I think we're back.
Yeah, obviously my handle on Instagram has my name, so yeah, it's fine. But that's still sounding choppy.
No. I think we're good.
Cool. If that happens again, I'll disconnect from Discord and reconnect real quick and see if that fixes it.
Okay, I think we're good for now. So I would say let's continue talking about Get Out.
All right. At first, I was on when you were saying I was choppy. I started writing in the YouTube chat. I was like, so, anyways, Get Out is about.
I see it now. Nice.
Anyways, Get Out is another movie directed by Jordan Peele, who has become quite the director.
I think real quick, I think this was his first directorial debut.
Oh dang! Okay.
Yeah.
Did not realize that.
Like, he was like, so obviously, Jordan Peele came into the spotlight from Key and Peele, maybe something before, but that's where I really learned about him.
Yeah.
and then he just started becoming this horror director. So this was his big first debut as a director of horror movies. And tell us what you think about this movie, Kevin.
I well, the movie is about basically a Chris Washington, a black photographer. He goes on a weekend trip with his girlfriend to meet the family, and you as the movie plays along, you kind of get um, creepy vibes. Because I don't think they're blatant with it. They kind of pull the rug out from you later on, but you feel like entering the movie. I feel like you're being introduced to the family. There's some you feel like there's something going on behind the scenes. I feel like, and essentially they want to basically uh, they get auctioned, and I guess it's everyone's boyfriend girlfriend thing, or is it? I can't quite remember that part. I know he wasn't the only one. There were other people there also that already had their bodies taken over, or they're getting prepped to have their body taken over. Basically,
Right.
they transfer the brains of these rich white people into these uh, other party guests, basically. Let me see. But I remember that because of TSA, yeah, so the TSA was involved. Sorry, I'm kind of reading a little bit about it because I'm trying to remind it. I do remind myself of some of the details because if you watched any of my previous Fractal Mind stuff, you know I'm horrible with remembering specifics. So, but I do remember watching this movie and enjoying it. What's the actor, the main actor? He does a good job. Daniel Kaluuya. Don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Sounds close.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, he does a really good job at it. Um, Everyone gets their comeuppance at the end. It's great in that aspect, um, but no, it's a really good, creepy horror movie, psychological thriller. Um, and by creepy, I just mean like the feeling of being trapped, kind of thing. Like they're secluded, people aren't around. Uh, can't remember if anything about like they had the local authority because sometimes movies like this they have like the local authorities involved, so no one bothers them. But I can't remember
The
if
cops got involved towards the end of the movie.
okay, that's what that I kind of remember that. I just can't remember if they actually saved them or if they were a part of it and tried to like just redeliver it. Like I
They
said, certain little key details I'm not too keen on, but I do remember basically was the girlfriend a part of it or not? I remember that was part of the movie.
Yep.
You weren't sure if she was aware of what was going on.
Oh yeah. No, she was in on it
Okay,
from the beginning.
okay, I couldn't quite remember. That was one of the details I couldn't quite remember.
She
So yeah,
would
so she's just basically uh, luring guys
yeah.
to this ranch, basically, and basically getting these old white wealthy people new bodies essentially. That's the premise, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's all you really need to know. So, if that sounds appealing and you have not seen this movie yet, you gotta see this movie. This movie is incredible. Definitely is a must watch in my book.
I would say so too. I think it's a really good, it's a fun movie to uh, watch when you have that craving for like a nice horror movie. So
Yeah,
psychological horror. So
yeah, yeah. I agree. Like, I will say it's psychological horror, but not the kind that makes you um, hate life. Like um, Midsommar is a movie that we're going to talk about that comes up in the future, but that movie is hard to watch. Like I
yeah,
cannot watch that movie any other weekend. But Get Out, I could like if someone wants to watch that tomorrow or tonight, like yeah, let's watch that. That sounds awesome. Um,
yeah,
yeah, love that movie.
definitely. Yeah, I get you.
Cool, man. Good to hear that you still enjoy it as well. Let's talk about Wonder Woman. This is the first solo film for Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman. Looking back, this was a fun movie. It was a good um, movie for this character. A character that really didn't see a lot of movies beforehand. I don't think any movies beforehand, except for of course Batman v Superman. But like she was only a TV show character, and then of course comic books. But this was her first time as a movie character. So, what are your thoughts on Wonder Woman?
Um, well, I did actually enjoy it. I liked it. The I don't know, is it directed by? Okay, so I'm trying to see. So
Patty
the story was by
Jenkins.
Zack Snyder, but Patty Jenkins. I think at the beginning I enjoyed it. Near the end, it kind of felt like I was watching, um, like a the Batman vs Superman, where it's that really dark cinematography.
Hmm.
Um, if I am remembering that correctly at the end. But I remember the beginning, I liked it. I liked the story where they're on the island, where it was kind of hidden by it was like its own little self-sustained islanders where the Amazons, right? That's
Yeah.
what they are. That they were inhabiting. I was gonna make a joke that fun fact they are on the same island as the dinosaurs from Jurassic Park, but it was a fun movie. It had a lot of action. I liked the story, the beginning, seeing the beginnings of I was gonna say Princess Diana, but uh,
She is. I think her name is Diana, and she is a princess. So you're not wrong.
yeah, small world.
Yeah.
Um, I just okay. I forgot about that. I'm seeing that it was this did take place. Was it taking place around the same time as World War One? It did, didn't it?
Yeah. World
And I
War
think that's
One
kind of where
or two,
um,
but one sounds right.
yeah. Um, and it was okay. Yeah, that's what sucks. I apologize, everybody. I wanted to do more research. Time got away from me. But no, I do remember watching the movie. I enjoyed it. I just the ending was kind of daughters who's supposed to be Ares. Was it she fought Ares. That was the big bad at the end, right? That
Yeah.
was another god
Yep.
like that. Um, I don't know that fight scene at the end didn't really. It was a fight scene, I guess, for me. It
Yeah.
wasn't compelling. It didn't really do much for me. Um,
The third act problem, like we talked about earlier.
yeah, they just don't know what they know. Yeah, you're right. Um, but yeah, no, I enjoyed it. I thought Gal, is it Gadot or it's not Gadot? It's Gadot.
Gal Gadot is how I
Gadot.
was
That's what
always heard it,
there's
but
that emphasis on the D. Gal
yeah.
Gadot. Okay. Um, I thought she did well. I don't mind her acting skills in it. I don't recall anything that was like bad, but I thought she did well. I thought the film was okay. The whole DC cinematic universe, I'm kind of meh about. Um,
Yep.
so that, like I said, I enjoyed seeing. I never really watched Wonder Woman the show growing up, so um, just seeing the backstory of Wonder Woman, where tying all that in, I like that. I enjoyed that, and then the fight scene happened. So that was
Yeah.
the big bad game.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of enjoyable aspects about this movie. I do agree the fight at the end is useless. Like, it's just another excuse to have CGI characters battle each other at the end, and it's not fun. I could have done without that, but you need a big ending, right? You need to have the big spectacle at the end. So, um, I don't know. Yeah, I wasn't impressed with the ending either. But looking back, I do remember really enjoying the first parts of it, and I thought she did a great job portraying the character. Bringing that character to life, and just the like design of everything. Like they did a great job of bringing that comic book character into the big screen. Um, I just wish there was a little bit more that they did with that character, especially with the follow-up film. But we don't have to talk about that piece of trash right now. We get to talk about that piece of trash later.
You're talking about the 1 in 4 movies or a different one?
A different one. We'll talk about that in a later episode of List Fever. But for now, we get to talk about Jumanji. Welcome to the jungle. Wow.
You're gonna be carrying this one. I didn't see it.
Okay, cool, awesome. Well, so Jumanji, Welcome to the Jungle. This is a very interesting film. This has Dwayne the Rock Johnson, Jack Black, Karen Gilligan, Kevin Hart, right? Four powerhouses, arguably. Like Karen Gillian is probably like the lesser on that, but like for me, I love her. She was Amelia Pond in Doctor Who. She was Nebula in Guardians of the Galaxy in the Avengers movies. So, like, to me, she's my favorite of those cast of characters. But then, obviously, they're all strong personalities. So, and this is a bring back of a previous film, right? Jumanji. Everyone loves Jumanji as a kid, um, especially our generation, right? Like Robin Williams did such a great job in that movie, and just the world of bringing a board game to life. Great concept, right? Awesome. Bringing that back into the modern day sounds great, right? Great concept. Um, it's more in this one, Welcome to the Jungle. They're brought into a video game world, so right there, great way of doing the honoring the lineage of the old film. It was a board game, now it's a video game. Nowadays, we're playing more video games than board games, right? Um,
Yeah.
and I feel like that really adds a lot to the concept. I like when people are transported to a video game world and then making that the setting and playing with the concept of being aware that you're in a video game. I think that can work very well. I love the concept. There was an anime that I started watching recently called Solo Leveling. Highly recommend watching Solo Leveling. It's a lot of fun. I don't think it's the best anime out there, but it definitely gives me strong Attack on Titan vibes, especially the early seasons of Attack on Titan, where anyone could just go, and that's just how it rolls. It's one of those, but it's very much the main character is basically a video game character, um, and levels up and stuff. Like awesome, great. Welcome to the Jungle. Very cool movie. I do like this one a lot. I did not like the second one as much. I felt like this one was like a one and done. They should have just. It makes sense that they would franchise this because this one did very well at the box office. It made a lot more money than people were expecting.
Yeah.
And I think it was because it's a good movie. Like it is a lot of fun. I would recommend it as a watch. I would watch this again. I would watch this over the second one big time. I think the second one you could just skip, honestly. But the first one I would definitely recommend. I think it's a lot of fun. The characters a lot of fun. Even like someone like me, like The Rock is fun, but also can be a little too much sometimes. I think he's used at the right level in this one. Jack Black, same thing, right? Like he can be too much sometimes, but um, I think he's so there's those characters, those actors, they're the video game characters, and there's real life people that go into the video game world and then they're portrayed by those actors. And Jack Black is being controlled by a female. So there's a lot of that type of dynamic where a female's in a male body, and so he's acting very feminine and stuff. But I think that's played very well in this movie. It's a lot of fun. Um, yeah, yeah. Definitely would recommend this one as a watch. I look back on this one fondly.
Good. I have fond memories of the first Jumanji with Robin Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I guess that was one of my trepidations, I guess, if that's the correct terminology here.
Mm-hmm.
My worries of seeing it was just kind of like, you know, I'd be comparing the movies.
Right.
Um, but it's good to know that actually was pretty good. I think Cynthia said she liked it too. I just never watched it. She's seen it before. This is just before she and I started dating, so yeah, I didn't get to see it. She has seen it, so but she's the kind of person that she'll watch the same movie, and she's fine with it. If it wasn't like a classic or anything, she's fine watching whatever. So
Yeah.
she's easy to please. I think she actually did enjoy this movie as well. So I'm not saying anything. I don't mean to say anything disparaging about it. She enjoyed it. You enjoy it. So I two people can't be wrong, right? So
If two people agree, then yep, has to be right. I love it. Yeah. Well, I would say you should try and watch this sometime if you're interested. If it comes across your radar and you need something to watch, this is a good one to watch.
we'll do. Cool. Thank you, James.
Yeah, man. Well, now we're moving on to it looks like the last Marvel movie of 2017. Again, this was just a random order of looking at different lists of the movies that came out, and I just kind of made it random so it wasn't like contrite or anything or alphabetized. Like I thought it'd be just fun to do a mix. So now we're talking about Spider-Man: Homecoming. Wow, 2017 Spider-Man: Homecoming, the first Tom Holland MCU movie. He was obviously introduced the year before in Civil War. We did talk about Civil War on the channel. So that's what made me think about starting this list with 2017 films because that was a 2016 film. So I figured we must have done movie discussion in 2016.
Okay.
So putting all that aside, Spider-Man: Homecoming. This is a great film. You got Tom Holland Spider-Man. You got a good amount of RDJ Iron Man in this film as a supporting character. Um, yeah, I feel like you can't separate those two characters, especially in this movie. Like this movie has that DNA all over it. So um, having Robert Downey Jr. in the movie just makes it better
Yeah,
automatically. um,
definitely.
and then you're seeing a young Spider-Man, right? Like this is a Spider-Man who's in high school. It's young Tom Holland. You got a great supporting cast. You got Zendaya. This was near the start of her becoming a Hollywood Scarlet, right? Like she has really become a powerhouse nowadays. It's incredible to see the trajectory that some of these actors and actresses have done and
Yeah.
and continue to do. You know, like this is just still the beginning for a lot of these actors. Um, but yeah, so Spider-Man: Homecoming, the first one, we're gonna get. They announced the fourth one recently, Brand New Day. Did you see that news?
Yeah, I did. I saw they announced it, but I haven't looked into it to see what it's about or anything.
Well, they haven't said too much about what it's about. They basically just gave us a date and the title. This is set. So next year we have Avengers Doomsday, which is huge. We don't have to talk too much about this because we still have a few more movies to talk about 2017. But just for funsies, since we're talking about Spider Man, this is some new stuff that just came out. Um,
Sure.
so Avengers Doomsday is going to come out, I want to say in May. We're going to get a few months later, we're getting at the end of July, we're getting Spider Man Brand New Day, which is supposed to be um, the after effects of Avengers Doomsday.
Oh
So,
boy.
yeah. And then this of Spider Man Brand New Day is setting up Secret Wars. So it feels very important to watch this fourth Spider-Man movie, and it's also monumental that it's the first one, the first film Spider-Man to get a fourth film too, right? Like we only got three before with Tobey Maguire. We only got two with Andrew Garfield. three with Tom Holland, which the third one was a mishmash of the other two being in there. So, um, pretty neat that we're getting a fourth one with Tom Holland, and it feels very important. So, all that being said, this was the first one. This was the homecoming, if you will. Ha 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 ha. So, yeah, looking back on this film, I think it did a great job of giving us that young Spider-Man, um, and learning. Well, and also, we since we get to do this retrospect, looking back at No Way Home, No Way Home at the end became apparent that we were watching his whole like origin story, the whole two films, right? Like
Yeah.
he didn't become Spider-Man until the very end of No Way Home. It was very interesting to see that how they show that. It's like looking back at this film, I definitely want to rewatch it again. It's been a while since I've watched it, but I did feel it did such a good job of giving this character the spotlight. Tom Holland does a great job as Spider-Man. I would say he's the best one. I know people still give Tobey Maguire, and some people like Andrew Garfield for some reason. I think Andrew Garfield's fine, but I don't think he's a great Spider-Man. Um,
Yeah.
Especially in those movies. Like if anyone says he was good in those Amazing Spider-Man movies, they're out of their rocker. Like they don't know what they're talking about. There, I said
I'm a three watch him.
it.
I not that I thought he was like great. I just didn't know. I like you. I hear people like scream about Andrew Garfield as Spider-Man. So and I don't remember it being a compelling Spider-Man by any means, but and then Tobey Maguire, he has that emo phase, we'll call it, and that was cringe. It was I thought it was a little bit cringeworthy. Overall, Tobey Maguire Spider-Man's good, but
Yeah,
I'm just trying to say he had that moment where I'm like, I don't recall Tom Holland Spider-Man. I threw out everything he's played ever having a moment where I was kind of like taken out of the immersion or anything. Like I enjoyed all of Tom Holland's, so I guess that's my way of kind of agreeing with you that I agree he's probably the best Spider-Man because if you just look at faults like in Tobey Maguire's movies, he has that one that jumps out at me,
Spider-Man 3.
freaking hated it. Uh, and I didn't get that with Tom Holland, and I think Tom Holland's character, like how they built it all up. I love what's his face's character, Jacob Batalon. He plays his best friend. I think he's an awesome uh, supporting actor.
Yeah,
And good like friend to Tom Holland's Spider-Man. So he plays really well.
yeah, I agree with that. There are rumors of that character, being turning into a villain for this next set of films. How you feel
Yeah,
about that?
I kind of heard about that too. Is it the? I've always get the two confused. Is it the Hobgoblin or Green Goblin?
So he would be the Hobgoblin.
Hobgoblin.
Yep.
Okay.
Which is basically Green Goblin, but without the green. He's more orange, but same idea, Which is fun. It's fine. I would like to. I mean, if they choose to do that, I think that would be fine. I think Spider-Man, looking back on that character, um, obviously Harry Osborn is his best friend, and he turns bad. Like I think that's a very like it's a dynamic that is very important to Spider-Man, and there's a lot more Spider-Man that we get to talk about actually, with the animated films. So, which I think do an amazing job as well. But we get to talk about those later. Spider-Man: Homecoming, yeah. I mean, obviously, there's really not much more to say. If you like superhero movies and you like Spider-Man, I think you can't go wrong with Spider-Man: Homecoming. I think they did a great job with that movie.
Me too. I think they did a great job building the story. It had a strong story with it, even a backstory. Uh, and Michael Keaton as the villain in that movie.
Yeah.
He did pretty well. So I think all around, I think it was a good movie.
Yeah, that was kind of in the middle of Michael Keaton's renaissance, right? He did Birdman right before that, which was a very interesting film, a great film. If you haven't watched that, I highly recommend it. Obviously, he has a deep history of superhero films, right? He was
Batman.
not the first portrayal of Batman, but the Tim Burton Batman films, very iconic.
You know,
Especially the generation that we grew up in, that you couldn't go anywhere without seeing that character. So for him to come back into the spotlight, oh, he was also in a movie called Spotlight. I did not mean to do that on purpose, but incredible movie. If you haven't seen Spotlight, go see Spotlight. Incredible. But to see him come back at such a high point, like he is, like he was not in Hollywood movies, and then he came back in a very strong way, and he came back into superhero movies as a villain too. Like very cool for him, and I thought he did a great job as well. Thank you for bringing him up again. I did kind of slide by him, but yeah, Michael Keaton, he's great in this movie. He's probably a very important reason why this movie is very good. So yeah. All right. Should we? Oh, sorry, I can't hear you.
sorry. Can you hear me
There.
now?
Yes. All right.
Uh,
Cool, man.
yeah, no, I was agreeing with you. Great dynamic all the way around.
Awesome. Should we talk about this turd burger coming up?
I don't know why. I just laughed at Turd Burger. I don't know why. Um, he, oh man, the DCEU is just. I can't support anything Ezra Miller does. I don't know how he got away with what he did, and he just slid by, and he's just a
Yeah.
free man. It outrages me.
Yeah.
Um, and the fact they still went through with the movie with the Flash, which I heard was good, but I mean, I think I will watch them eventually. I think it's an investment for me. Like that's why I continue to watch the Avengers and anything related to Marvel because they are doing a good job tying everything in. Um, and Justice League is. Have they hit the reset button yet? Have we made it past it, or are they? I don't even know where they're at now, but
Yeah.
I know this Justice League doesn't exist anymore. Oh
Correct.
yeah, I lied. I do know. Freaking
Superman.
James Gunn. Yeah, he's rebooting the whole thing. I
Yep.
apologize. I know that. But yeah, no, this whole Justice League was. I I can't say if I remember watching it. I remember Batman vs Superman. We that what was the mother thing? I forgot. Like oh
Martha.
yeah, the name was
Mar-
the same. Uh,
the name was the
and then
same.
Batman and Superman became best friends.
How ridiculous, bro. How ridiculous.
So, but I remember watching this. I did not watch the Snyder cut. Did you?
I tried to watch the Snyder cut and I couldn't. It was that bad. Like so I still want to revisit it because the way that they released that version, it's also on the list later, so we can talk about this more. But the way that they released that, I think it's so terrible. Um, yeah. So real quick, let's talk about this one. Let's focus on this one. We could. The fun part about the Snyder Cut is that we get to talk about this terrible movie twice. But for this one originally started as a Zack Snyder film. This was the culmination of all the previous other films. And by all previous, I mean two. Two movies before this. I'm sorry if I'm yelling,
No, you're good.
but DC thought it was a good idea. I'm just like purposely really yelling now because it is like so stupid to think about.
Yeah.
Our DC was so desperate to, sorry, three films. They were so desperate to catch up to Marvel that Marvel before this had, they were in the middle of their third phase of films, and DC released the Man of Steel, Batman versus Superman. So right away you have your Superman character that you introduced in one solo film, and then put the next Superman film is him versus Batman, and you introduce your new Batman in that movie. So there's no connection to what Batman was in this universe that you're building. And then you also throw in Wonder Woman in there. So, it's fine to introduce a character that way because then you then give her solo film, which turned out fine. But then your next movie is Justice League, and for some reason there's a Flash and Aquaman, and like, what the fuck? Where did these people come from? And who
Yeah.
cares? Like, why do I care about them? And then of course, unfortunately, Zach, during the production of the film, had to drop out of the film. So then you get that guy. You get the other guy. You get the Avengers guy, but unfortunately he's been now canceled too. It's really kind of weird that we're going back and seeing all these people that are now canceled too. That's a little weird, but
I was trying to remember who outside of Ezra Miller was Ray Fisher the other one.
it's the director. God damn it! Now I gotta look it up.
Sorry. Wow, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, Justice. It's very compelling television. I tell you what. Josh Whedon. Josh Whedon, of course, famous for Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Firefly, Serenity, um, Doctor Horrible sing along thing. Josh was a great person in the early days, but now a lot of allegations have come to light, and like just like not treating females well on the set of his films.
Oh, that was him.
Yeah.
Got it.
So, he came in to a movie that was half done and reshot stuff, tried to piece it together, and it did not work. It was a piece of turd burger sandwich. And yeah, I think like honestly, DC, they and Warner Brothers, it's not DC's fault, it's Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers, and also looking back and seeing what they're doing nowadays, Warner Brothers do not know what they're doing. Um, the people in charge over there, they have no idea how to run a company.
It
Um,
felt very sloppy.
yeah, like everything is sloppy by them. Their games, their movies, the way that they run HBO Max, or sorry, Max, the one to watch for HBO. Like, what the fuck are they doing? And this movie just is a perfect example of how not to do universe movies. Like, you're trying to build up a universe of characters and you introduce two of them in the the team up movie.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What? Like, obviously Marvel did that with like the Vision and Scarlet Witch in the Age of Ultron, and arguably, Age of Ultron is a fine movie. Like, I could take it over Justice League, but also it's kind of mixed and is criticized. But maybe that's also part of the reason why it's mixed, because you're introducing characters in a team up movie. Like, I think that was not a good idea by Warner Brothers,
Yeah.
especially with all the Zack Snyder stuff. It's a shame. It's really a big shame why these movies turn out the way that they did. Um, Obviously, like, we're really big on Marvel. I think that's pretty apparent. You could probably look back on our channel and see that we're pretty heavy on Marvel. DC just never really hit me, but I'm a fan of Batman. I'm a fan of James Gunn's The Suicide Squad. Like, you can give me a DC property And if it's a good movie, I'm going to enjoy it. But if it's a bad movie, it's a bad movie.
Yeah, yeah. I think you covered things quite well. My sentiments on it as well. It had uh some rough what do you call it when like pace? Is that it? Like
Yeah,
it just felt all over the place. And like you said, just introducing some big bigger DC characters in the movie without offering like there should like you said the concept of introducing these characters some of these characters without offering any backstory to them or anything or it doesn't it didn't work as like oh good they're all getting together it's the first introduction of it um sadly I did like Ezra Miller's Flash but
yeah.
yeah once he did his thing like I've never felt compelled to not like uh see him in a movie and then just not care about it because he's in it. Like I haven't had that reaction. Um, just because I think it has died down. That's
I do agree with you
uh,
though. Their actions are very hard to separate from the movie. Like
yeah,
obviously,
yeah,
um, you don't want to always be influenced by the real world um, actions and stuff, and but unfortunately, this one was pretty severe. And I would say this person definitely has some mental issues and
yeah.
was not a healthy person. Um, it's a shame that they did Ezra did a good job of portraying the character too. I was a fan of their portrayal, and I did watch the Flash. I saw the Flash movie.
Mhm.
I saw it not in theaters. I saw it for free. I saw it through probably Max, so I didn't give directly money to that movie. I was
Mhm.
pretty adamant on that, but
Yeah,
I will say that that movie was good. It's way better than this movie, like two times 10, like way better. So um,
yeah,
it's a shame though that we're not going to see like I would have liked to seen Ezra continue the portrayal, but not after the actions that they did. I can never um, agree to that ever. So
yeah. I agree. Yeah, I think I wrapped it up with Justice League.
cool.
I won't dig any further either. But um, I might still watch Flash someday. I just
Yeah, I would.
it watching it knowing that there's no continuation basically because
Yeah.
James Gunn is revamping the whole thing. So uh, I will let you know. I'm gonna step away to get another burp, but I the next movie I've seen that's on this list is Happy Death Day. Just to give you a heads up.
Okay.
So
Okay.
so you can go ahead and fill us with your knowledge. I some of these I know of. I've heard of the Belko Experiment, Kingsman, The Golden Circle, Blade Runner, obviously. I've heard of them, haven't watched them, not because I don't like them, just time.
Okay.
And Kingsman of the list, Kingsman's been the only one that's been like advertised in my face. And I haven't watched it for the sake of I don't know which one's the first movie because I know it's kind of all tied together, right?
Yeah, yeah. That's actually
So,
I love that you said that. Why don't you go ahead and grab your beer and we'll revisit that Kingsman talk because that's actually what I was going to talk about for that one.
all right,
Cool.
I will mute.
All right, buddy. All right, so Kevin's taking a little beer break. We're going to get back soon. I'll talk about the Blico experiment real quick. So funny that we talked about James Gunn. James Gunn produced this film, or I know he wrote it actually. He wrote it. I'm not 100% sure if he produced it, but I believe he did. But this is fun. This is a fun movie. It's not one of my favorites. I will say it probably could have used a stronger director in it, but for what it was a fun movie where you know it's just an excuse for people to be um, fighting over each other and stuff. I don't want to tell like too much of the details because I think it is one of those fun movies where um, it's fun to go in blind and just like let the movie do its job. But there's a lot of killing in it. I'll just say that. You know, you're in an office environment and there's some killing. So it's fun for that. I would take a lot more of these movies that we've already talked about over this. So, um, but yeah, just a fun one, popcorn movie. Logan Lucky. This is Daniel Craig. I forget the director of this one. This one did not leave that strong of an impression on me. I did like it, but I do feel like it was one of those movies where I need to rewatch. Oh yeah, Steven Soderbergh. He's quite the director. He's directed quite a bit, but he's one of those guys that I am very mixed on. So, um, hey buddy, he's back.
Hey,
So we talked about Bleako Experiment. Fun fact, I don't know if you knew this, but it was written by James Gunn.
I did not know that.
Yep. So I thought that was fun to bring up since now he's in charge of DC, and we just were talking about DC. But yeah,
Nice tie. Yeah, excellent tie.
that's honestly the only thing to mention about that movie. I think it's fun. I think it's fine. It's not nothing to cry home about.
They're trapped in a. It's a company. Like all the people are trapped in the building. They gotta fight to survive, right?
Yeah,
Something like that.
yeah.
Okay.
There's
You probably said all that. I apologize. I just wanted to make sure.
it's all good. I think there's better movies with that concept out there, but it's still a fun one.
Like Purge.
Yeah, yeah. Logan Lucky, I did watch, but I like I don't remember too much about it, so I do feel like I need to do a rewatch on it. I remember thinking it was fine, but I just do not remember being blown away by it. I'm trying to like do recall on it, um, but yeah, this one is just really it actually has Sebastian Stan, our Winter Soldier, in it, so that's pretty cool. Adam Driver, Star Wars, Channing Tatum, Gambit, Daniel Craig, which I mentioned before. Like he's really the standout character for me in this movie. He's a fun. He has that Southern accent, kind of similar to the character that he plays in Knives Out. Um, so yeah, he's really fun in the movie. I think from my recall of my memory, he's the reason to watch this movie. So yeah, Logan Lucky. It's okay.
Okay.
Um, Mother is quite the movie. Have you seen The Black Swan?
No.
Have you seen The Wrestler?
No.
Dang. Okay. Did you see Requiem for a Dream?
I've heard the song.
Song.
Requiem for a Dream is the song. Pretty sure it is on Lord of the Rings.
Oh, okay. Well, this is different. Well, Mother is a movie by Darren Aronofsky, starring Jennifer Lawrence. Um, very, very interesting film. Um, not one of my favorites from this year, but it's definitely a movie that stands out in being well. Okay, so original is a strong word because it's basically like an allegory for the Bible, and the story of Jesus. Um, it
Oh,
it doesn't really. Um, I feel like it didn't really say that in the advertisement, but after watching the movie, like that's what it's doing. Jennifer Lawrence is in this house, and things just change around her, and people come into her life, and it's very um, it's not clear what's going on, and things just happen without any rhyme or reason, and it ends in a very dramatic way, which I don't want to spoil. Um, it's also like very hard to watch the ending. There's a particular moment that if you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. Very hard to watch. it's hard for me to even recommend this movie because it is so weird and different. Um, but I would say if you want to experience something weird and different, it is one to watch. It's definitely not one of my favorites, though. I would say there's better movies to watch, but um, if you're inclined to watch something that invokes a little bit of the Bible, like it's not like a preachy movie, it's not trying to turn you into a Christian or anything. It's just more of a fun way of using the story of Jesus in a different way. So um,
Okay.
that's all about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh, I was looking at it. I'm like, I haven't watched that movie for sure. Because there's another movie where they use the term like the robot. I think maybe named Mother or something. But anyways, I won't get into that because I won't even be able to articulate what I'm trying to say. But it just reminded me of something else. But it's not this movie.
Oh, good. Yeah. No worries. I think there's like a I Mother that came out, something like that, maybe. But yeah. So moving on, we got the Kingsman, the Golden Circle. It's funny that you mentioned earlier that you don't know if this is the first or second one. It's the second one.
One, I Am Mother is the one. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's what I
That is the one. I've
thought.
seen that one.
The Kingsman, the Golden Circle. I do remember trying to watch this movie. I don't know if I watched all the way through. I did think when I was making this list that it was the first one. Turns out it's the second one. I don't really have much more to say about it because I can't remember watching the second Kingsman movie. So sorry, Kingsman Golden Circle. You were just here to say sorry for not caring more about your franchise.
What is it? So is it not that great of a franchise to get caught up into?
I mean, maybe it could be. I'm not gonna say that it's a bad movie. I remember watching the first one and finding it was fine. I think I don't think it did a great job. I mean, maybe I think John Wick probably are still better films, but I feel like it's kind of like the John Wick thing for me, where like, yeah, the first one's awesome, but do I need more? And I'm not like driven to watch more. And like, don't get me wrong, like I do really want to watch those John Wick films, um, but like this one, I don't know, like I'm just not driven to watch it. Like it's on my list to watch, but when it comes time, there's other movies that always just take precedence. So um, yeah, Kingsman Golden Circle. I mean, I'm sure it's a fine movie. I definitely need to give it a true watch because I remember pressing play on it, but I did not cement it in my brain.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm
It's all
not.
right.
I'm not a professional movie watcher. Oh yeah, sorry. Blade Runner 2049. This is a cool movie. You have not watched this though. Have you watched the original Blade
I did. No, definitely did watch that one. I maybe I did watch the original one. Was there another thing like Blade Runner or like a Blade Runner spin-off movie? I can't remember.
Runner? I don't think there was a spin-off movie, but there's definitely been similar movies since the original film
I
came out.
I'm probably thinking of that then, because yeah, I didn't watch Blade Runner,
Oh, okay.
2049, but I seen the original. I like the original. This movie appealed to me, just I never got around to it, and then
Okay.
it hasn't been advertised to me. So
Fair. Yeah.
yeah.
I would say if you like the original film, definitely give this one a watch. Um, it did a good job of bringing back a dormant franchise, right? Like it was only that one movie, and like that was about 40 years ago, whatever. So, and it's telling a different thing. It is a continuation. Harrison Ford does make an appearance in this movie, but it's mostly Ryan Gosling. You know, Ryan Gosling is the main character of the story, so you're mostly following him. you're in this universe. Dave Batista is a villain in the movie. He does a great job. I think Dave is a very great actor, um, especially in a lot of these pulp movies. He does a great job of transforming into these characters. But yeah, very like neo noir. Like if you like those noir films, like this is definitely that style. But in the future, it's in 2049, so it's kind of like a look ahead into advanced technology and kind of like not like a spy movie, but like a detective movie. You're trying to solve a crime and stuff like that. So, and you have the whole Android aspect on it. So it's pretty neat. I do like the Blade Runners. I don't think it's my favorite thing, but I do remember enjoying this fondly. So I would give it a recommend.
Okay. I definitely want to watch that.
Nice.
Um,
Cool. Well, let's talk about Happy Death Day. This is a fun one.
I liked it. It was probably the first time. I know. Don't hold it against me. I never watched Groundhog's Day,
Oh
so
my God! What are we doing? Stop right now. Go watch Groundhog's Day.
well, everyone's too is pleasure seeing you.
We gotta stop. Sorry, guys. We're done.
So it was. I think it was my first introduction into the concept of
Oh,
rinse and repeat. Do the whole cycle over again.
wait. Edge of Tomorrow.
Mention tomorrow.
Live, die, repeat.
Oh yeah, you know what? Actually, you're right. You are right. You are very right,
I was
my
about to
friend.
say. I was about to say, buddy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And Cynthia loves Edge of Tomorrow. Um,
Because it's great.
and actually like Happy Death Day as well. So and it kind of well, I will go into the show because I know we've been at this for a while. Um, Happy Death Day, I did enjoy a lot. I like that concept. I like the fact that it got humorous there. For if I remember correctly,
Oh
it
yeah.
was yeah. She was just trying like she was just so over dying that it was just like the fuck am I gonna do to like change this? Excuse my language, but um, I thought it was a fun horror movie. It didn't scare me too much, but I enjoyed it. I remember coming away from it enjoying it. It being just it was kind of like I said, like a fun horror movie almost in a way.
Yeah. For sure.
Um, or maybe like a new version of like a slasher, so to speak.
Yep.
So I thought it was a new take on it. I thought it was refreshing enough. Trying to stay away from going to the sequel. But no, overall, I remember enjoying this movie. I recommend it. If you're looking for something that's not, you know, too scary, but it's still in the genre, I guess I'm looking at the Wikipedia page I just pulled up. It's considered a black comedy slasher film, so I guess it's like dark humor, maybe.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I guess I can see that. I can see that. But I like their take on it. I like how they played out the story and left you guessing, like who is it, what's going on, how is she gonna die this time? And I thought it played out pretty well. I thought it was a good movie overall, my opinion.
Yeah, no, I fully agree with everything you said. I think it's a great concept for a horror movie, doing the rinse and repeat, like you said. I think it's great. I was really surprised at how much I liked this movie because um, it was original, right? Like and I think it's a pretty small budgeted film, independent. Like it's not. I don't think it was a major release, so um, a surprise hit, I would say this movie was, and would highly recommend it if you like fun horror movies.
Yeah, I think I remember something that was it was putting me off not knowing anything about the movie was the mask because I was seeing like the mask. I'm like that. Like, what do
Sure.
I? But watching the movie, it works. It works with the
Yeah.
movie when you actually watch it. But just not knowing anything about it, seeing the mask, I was a little put off. Like, is it trying to take itself seriously? And then you watch it and you realize, no, it's not trying to take it serious. It's serious, but I don't know. Like I said, it's
Yeah.
a fun horror movie.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I feel you.
Mhm.
Cool. Well,
Yeah.
we got a couple more here. We're at the end of our films that we've seen in 2017 list, and we're gonna after this, I think we're going to do a quick top 10 just to give people our top 10 favorite films of the year. I have not put much thought into this yet, so this could be quite interesting. And what a year of film too, man! Like it's been really cool looking back and seeing everything that came out. Like I know we've gone on too long, and this is just another stupid tangent, but like I like looking back and doing this stuff because it's hard to remember everything that came out in each particular year. And there's just so many good films, and like how you're talking about, like you kind of miss some of the stuff, and I missed a bunch of stuff too. There's a ton of good films that I'm sure we didn't even talk about that
Hmm.
could very well be in our top 10. So um, let's. This has been a great discussion, though. I've been enjoying this quite a bit. So we got a few more to talk about. First one up, Murder on the Orient Express. Have you watched this movie, Kevin?
That one I have not. Is
Okay.
this the one with is RDJ in this one?
No, no.
Thinking of a different thing.
This
Oh,
a
Johnny Depp's in this one.
That's right. Yep, it's a Johnny film.
That's what it was.
But this is an Agatha Christie novel, obviously, a classic American author, Agatha Christie, and she was very, very important to the Who Done It, right? Like, talk about Who Done It's. I love those mystery films, right? Like when you give me a concept of a murder at the beginning of the movie and there's an ensemble cast of characters and any one of them could have done the murder, I'm sold. I'm in. I want to know more. Um, this is a very fun movie. I will say I like other whodunits more. Um, it's also a remake of a movie that came out like way before our time too.
Okay.
And so, it's not an original concept, but still fun, still good to talk about. And I think they did a fine job of bringing it back. I think this was the first one of a few movies now that have taken um, her novels and doing a modern take on them. This was the first one of that, so it was fine. I'm not gonna say rush out and go see it, but I would say if you like mystery movies, it's a good one for that.
Okay. Cool. I definitely that's one that I think I recall seeing. It's like what I've iterated in previous movies. Saw it when it was coming out on the trailers. I mean, since it's come out, not advertised to me, so I kind
Yeah,
of forgot about it. So it's
yeah,
definitely one I even remember back then having interest in seeing it. So I definitely will return to that.
yeah. No, I feel you, dude. Like if you're not advertised it, um, then like yeah, you're gonna miss it, right? So I can, and this one really kind of came and went. They didn't want that. I'm surprised it was the case of it came and went because this was advertised as a big deal. This was a huge ensemble cast. I'm not gonna um, list it off because if you're interested in it, go see it yourself. But um, there was a good, strong cast to this movie. Um, but again, it didn't blow me away. So maybe that's why they didn't advertise it too much. Maybe they knew what they had, and I don't know. Who knows how the industry works? They certainly don't know how it works anymore. So, the last one for me on the list of movies to talk about is a movie called Bright. Um, I I only put this on the list because I did watch the movie. B, I didn't finish the movie, but I did think it was noteworthy to talk about. I remember this being like one of the first big Netflix movies, original
Yeah.
movies, right? Like this was kind of advertised as, and it's kind of important to put this on this list. This was like the kickoff to Netflix being um, the distributor, like um, the people releasing the movie, not just or like making the movie, right? Like, yeah, it's on their service, but they're behind producing the movie. So I thought it was noteworthy for that. 2017, 7, 8 years of Netflix being who they are. So I think it's pretty important to list it here. That being said, I don't think it was a great movie. Will Smith was the starring vehicle of this movie, and then a blue orc. Like, I get trying to do fantasy mixed with reality. Um, I I think that concept could be really cool. This movie though did not do any good service of building a universe, building a story. Like right away, it's obviously been years since I've watched it, but like in my memory, I just thought it did a terrible job of world building. Um, I felt like
And it just throws you into it.
yeah, like without any real clear reason why there's blue orcs. Maybe there was, and maybe I just like dismissed it or something. But looking back, this movie is terrible. So I just put it on the list to say I watched it, and that was noteworthy for Netflix. But other than that, there's nothing else to say about this
I do remember seeing it. I guess this isn't going to make my top 10, but I did find myself, I think because it was such a new concept, like just we're in the modern age and like present day, it's alternate present, I guess is what I saw on how it's described on the Wikipedia page. Um, it I think it left me wanting more. I think I was on the more, I enjoyed it for what it was. Like you said, the concept, like if it's done right, I think it could have been better. But living in like a modernized, just where orcs and elves, magic exists, magic's illegal, um, but or it's illegal to practice it, and only a few people wield it. I feel like there was more than, like you said, there's just so much going on, and the story they chose, if I remember correctly, was a lot of like they were telling like a modern story, but throwing orcs and elves as into these roles. Like orcs were the ones like who were more often, if I remember correctly, like poor and like they were living homeless, stuff like that. Like you go to like the raggedy parts of town, and that's where these creatures are.
movie. Right.
So I mean, that's kind of lazy in my opinion. Um, but I think I was more enthralled by the concept. Like I love it. I think I wanted a sequel just because I wanted to see more. I wanted to see them build on what they had.
Right.
Not because I was like blown away by it. Um, so I kind of really nailing home what you said about the concept is cool if done correctly. Uh, I guess I just enjoyed it for what it was. But it's not making my top 10.
Cool. Yeah. No, I appreciate that viewpoint because and that's exactly what we're talking about, right? Like you can have a great concept, but if the execution's not there, then it's not a good movie. But you would hope that it turns into a better movie with the sequel. I like that. I'm sure they wanted it to be a sequel, right? I'm pretty sure they were like hyping it up to be the start of a new franchise. So yeah, a very
Maybe added more,
yeah, very
but
interesting to look back on what could have been.
yeah.
Cool, man. Well, these next two, I've heard of Gerald's Game, um, but I did not see it, and I do not
Mhm.
know about The Ritual. So tell us about these two movies, Kevo.
So the ritual is I was kind of taken. It was hard to get Cynthia to watch it because it had to do with hiking, and as you know, I love to hike. Um, and she was afraid if she watched it, she wouldn't want to go hiking. But It's not because if you haven't seen it, I think it's turning into a cult classic. To be honest with you, I'm
Oh,
seeing memes, not so much memes making fun of it, but like people who were blown away, not expecting. Kind of how I walked into it, just like, okay, is this going to be another Blair Witch Project? Um, and at the beginning, it has that feel because the whole like the scariest thing that you can do in these scenarios is it gets nighttime and you're in a tent, you start hearing noises or things start brushing the tent. It's those kinds of typical scares. Um, but it gets into psychological horror. And I don't, since you have not seen it, and if you do, if you're feeling for a mood for a horror movie, I recommend seeing it and stay till
okay.
the end because it has a very, very strong third act. So it's
Oh,
the opposite of what we've been talking about with other movies. Um, but you don't realize where it's going until the very end.
okay.
And then you realize like I said, I can't say it because it'll be a huge spoiler, and it's worth not spoiling if you do plan on watching, if you do think about playing or watching it at all. But where it goes in the movie, and I will say it's not just spiritual. So it's like there's a legit scare factor, like something's in the woods kind of thing.
Cool.
Um, but I thought it was an excellent movie. It has a slow burn build up. Group of people go camping in the woods. They're trying to hike, and they're going through. I believe, if I remember correctly, a guy gets injured, so they're going to go take a shortcut. It's I feel like there's a lot of tropes. Oh, we're going to take a shortcut through this dangerous thing
Right.
because he's injured. We can't do the long route, and like I said, scares while they're sitting in the tent, stuff like that. But there's some psychological elements that take place. Um, and like I said, the third act I feel is very strong. People are watching this movie now, and I'm seeing um, the the non spiritual entity, I'll call it. So I really keep it away from you. Uh, People are referring to it. I've seen images pop up of it on Facebook randomly, and I haven't looked up the ritual. I haven't done anything for it to show up in my Facebook algorithm. It's just showed up organically. Like people are just discovering this movie. Um, Granted, I don't think I watched this in 2017. I remember this being a movie that, yeah, because this is before Cynthia and I were together, and it was at some point while we were dating that we ended up watching it, and we both. It was just kind of scrolling Netflix, and showed up, and we're like, it's one of those ones you add to your list, and it sits there for a while,
Yeah.
and then one day you're just like, okay, well, let's give it a shot, and it was great. I thought it was a great horror movie. Um, I maybe I think this one's gonna make my top 10 for this year. Honestly,
Nice.
not sure how high up, but it was there. I liked it. Definitely worth the watch if you're looking for a supernatural psychological. Um, the last thing I'll give it away, like it's not gonna give it away, spoilers, but supernatural psychological folk
Uh
horror.
huh. Okay.
So
Okay.
it's some a folk tale kind of thing. But anyways,
That sounds very intriguing, Kevin. Definitely, you piqued my interest. Definitely reminded me of two films that I'm gonna give you real quick. Have you seen The Witch?
The Witch. Why does that sound familiar?
It's spelled like VV itch.
Oh, maybe I haven't seen that one. Ooh,
Ooh.
actually,
Anna Taylor Joy was in it too. Very early for
yeah.
her.
I I want to say I've seen that. Now I'm having a. I'm gonna have to look that over. Okay, you know what? I've been writing some of these movies down. Just it is the weekend, and Cynthia and I might need something to watch.
There
So
you go. Well, your that the ritual gave me strong The Witch vibes right away, so I would say definitely check that. Look into that. Um, Midsommar. Have you seen that one yet?
yes, I got when you were referencing it earlier. I knew exactly what you mean.
Okay.
It's a psychological horror that's on a level of like it it's jarring watching
Yeah.
it.
Cool. So the ritual kind of holds up to Midsommar, you would say?
Um,
Or
I could
like
watch The Ritual again. I don't know if I could watch Midsommar again. Not to say,
interesting.
maybe I would. Maybe I will watch Midsommar a second time. I just the ending. I think if I remember correctly how the ending was, I was just like, okay. I think if I might have to watch it again. But I remember Midsommar was getting accolades. People were loving it and everything. I'm like, I remember liking it, but I don't remember being blown away by it. So I may have to give that one a second chance.
The first, like, to me, after watching the Midsommar, it's the beginning, and there's a pretty hard thing to watch towards like the start of Act Two, I would say, like after you're in the setting that you're in, and after that, it's fine. Like it's pretty like suspenseful. You're like wondering what's going to happen. But now that I've seen it, like after you get past that beginning bit, you're okay. like
Oh,
it,
yeah.
like it's awesome. Like I love that movie, but I would watch it again. I didn't want to watch it again when I first watched it, but now that I'm like recovered from the trauma, I would say it's definitely a great one. But cool, man. I'm glad you put that on the list. That sounds very exciting. Remind like the way that you talked about it reminded me of The Witch, and I watched that with Kenzie. She recommended we watch that, and I was happily like really surprised by how much I like that one. So I'm gonna see if she watched The Ritual yet, and I'm gonna suggest that soon.
Cool, man. I hope you like it. I really
Yeah.
do. Like I said, it was one of those starting off. We weren't sure about it. It was like, okay, is this like just an indie movie? Like they're going to the way they take it surprised me. I enjoyed it a lot. So,
Cool.
like I said, we'll see where it shows on my top 10 though.
Cool. I like it. We'll finish off this list, and then we can start building our top 10.
Sure. And Gerald game, the last one I'll talk about. Um, Again, another one. If you haven't seen it, I'll try not to give away too many spoilers. But the trailer, I know this part it shows in the trailer. Um, they, she's in a relationship with this guy. I think it's her husband actually, and they're go to this secluded lake house and start getting a little freaky and ties her up right in bed.
Hell yeah.
He takes Viagra, has a heart attack, and dies.
It's that movie.
Yep.
Okay.
And so,
That's
and
awesome.
now she's attached to this bed, tied up. And so it's one of those movies where it's all takes place in the same spot, but it does tell a story about what she's dealing with psychologically, like dealing with her psychological traumas. Um, and there's that buildup of like they do a good job of you making the audience kind of adopt her fears. So that's what gives you that same kind of fear and anxiety going into the movie. Like watching the movie, I feel like the fears you have are the fears that she has specifically. And some things are like, um, some things are just noises or playing with her mind kind of thing. Some things are legitimate, but without giving away too much, though, because I don't want to give away too much of that. But the part I told you was shown in the trailer, which is one of the things where we're like, okay, so what the hell? Um, I think it's worth a watch. Uh, I did not watch it a second time. I don't know if it will hold up with its fears and stuff because you it's the um I'm trying to remember the exact ending, but I don't think
Uh oh.
but sorry, I'm
Sorry.
sorry. I'm reading real quick to kind of give me a rehasher of like the ending.
Rehasher. I love that band.
Um, Sorry, but yeah, no.
I played a show with them. That's their poster right there with my band's name right there. You can't see that because it's so far away, but it's there. It happened. Sorry, just had to do that at least once.
Oh yeah, Hereditary. No, Hereditary has to go on there.
Oh yeah.
If it's not already.
I didn't put it on there because I haven't seen it yet.
Well, you're gonna be.
Yep. Oh, it's on the list. Look at that. Stay tuned until we do the 2018 list because it's not going to be today. Been chatting for 3.5 hours, Kevin. How the hell have we been?
Hey, we have now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, at least 7 more episodes. So, assuming that every time we go over these movies over the year, it will take this long. So,
knowing us, I think it will.
But yeah, I don't know if you can play music or anything like that, but yeah, while we compile our list real quick.
Yeah.
Of our top 10.
I gotta go use the restroom again real quick. So how about I leave you with the audience? Do you want me to play some music, or do you want to just be in silence?
Yeah, go ahead and play some music if you can do it. Like I don't know how they do like Twitch streamers, how they do put music on, like when they're like going on and stuff like that, where it's not your microphone capturing the speaker or the music coming through, right? So
I think it should be able to play music. I was gonna mess around with that, but then I didn't. We're gonna do some shameless plugging. Oops, shouldn't do full screen. I should do theater mode. Alright, how's that look? Oh yeah, that's sexy.
It's gonna be a hell of a party, Fender's here.
It looks like it's capturing it.
I think, Jason, are we go?
It's not there. Oh, there it is.
I don't hear it on my end. If it doesn't work, like I said, you can go use bathroom stuff. I'm just kind of focused on the top 10, so I may not be too entertaining right now.
That's fine. I think it's coming through.
Oh, you know what? I don't have the YouTube channel up, so you can do that.
Okay.
I'm just listening to what you have coming through Discord.
I'm just gonna turn it down. Yeah, it's not really the main thing either, so.
We'll get a BRB screen one day.
Alright, guys. Here, let's turn that down for a second. I'm going to go use the restroom. Kevin's going to start building his list. I start building it too. We'll be back in a moment, but until then, watch my band play.
Now I gotta watch it to see what's going on.
We're Barker Bit Heroes. We're gonna keep this party going. Jimmy, let's do this shit.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, that comes through pretty well. Thank you, Klungo Cow, for staying with us. Appreciate it. As we reintroduce us to this technology and everything. All the different editing, software, audios, all that stuff.
this shitty band off. No one cares. All right, buddy. How we doing?
Oh, I'm doing all right. I did a quick Google of uh, just to see what the baseline, I guess, for the top 10 movies, and of course, shit's everywhere.
Yeah.
But I will say, hopefully, this doesn't not persuade you, but hopefully, this doesn't cause you to change your opinion or anything. But on IMDb, the number one movie is Okja.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
Oh, yeah.
No,
I
I
thought
mean,
that was interesting.
I
Yeah.
wanted to love that movie more. Like, don't get me wrong. Like I said, like I love that director. When we talk about the 2019 films, Parasite is gonna be up there. You know, I don't want to give away spoilers for future streams, but that's one of my favorite movies of recent times. So I love that director. I wanted to love that movie more. Okja.
Okay.
And maybe I should rewatch it. Maybe I'll enjoy it more on a rewatch. But that's where we're at right now.
All right. So far, I have 11 movies,
Ooh.
and I'm trying to rearrange them into my top 10, but I have the people competing in front of me. So
Okay, I'm up to, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 7 right now. Yeah, I'll probably put you 8, 9, 10. Oh yeah, I'm just throwing them on the bottom there. Those are just for me, and then I can like easily rearrange them before I put them in the top 10 list.
I gotcha. I'm doing the old-fashioned way, pen and paper.
Okay, Grandpa.
Back in my day.
Back in my day. We didn't have these fancy computers.
I'm gonna send my answers to you via pigeon carrier.
I was gonna say, just type them in the fucking box, Kevin. Oh man. Oh, this is tough. Ooh.
Mm.
Oh man. 10 films. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ooh. Is Star Wars not going to make my list? Do I like Star Wars more than I like it?
Mm.
And Split. Oof. I really like Split. Okay. Alright. Alright. I'm going to be a little controversial with my list.
All right.
Sorry, Star Wars.
I don't think it's making mine either.
Dang. Look at that. Alright. Cool. Do you have yours figured out?
Give me one more minute.
Okay. Yeah, let me look it over. Ooh, gosh, I did forget a big one. Oh man, oof. I don't know about this. This is tough.
Let's see. You know, I think my hardest decision right now is which one do I consider my top movie for the year? Like, was number one? Like, that's my.
Yeah, I would say my top 1 and top 2 are pretty close. Like I could flip a coin and say either one would be my top
Yeah.
favorite. I would say, but I did list them in a particular order. For one, I'm like easier to watch whenever. So that's kind of where my heart went. But
Yeah.
I feel pretty good about this. gonna actually take off this one. I'll move these guys up. And then I'm gonna put you at the bottom. That's what my heart of heart says to do. So I'm gonna listen to my heart, and that's how we're gonna do it. Cool. All right. Well, I got my list figured out. When you feel good about that, I will start slowly revealing. Let's start. Let's do 10 up.
Okay. I keep forgetting about that one. There's. Let's see.
I'm ready to get some fucking food.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, Kevin. It's 3 o'clock. Holy moly, where does the time go?
Let's see. Let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
This has been a lot of
6,
fun. Thank you
7,
for anyone
8.
who is watching. Chris in the chat, you're awesome. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for being here. Thanks for chatting with us. It's always nice to have a little community interaction. It's always good to be hanging out with my buddy Kevin, doing our thing.
Yeah.
You're
All right,
really
James, I'm
low,
ready.
Kev. I don't know
You
if
wanna?
something changed on my end for that to happen.
There we go. All right. So you want to release? You want to go? Your 10, my 10, your 9, my 9.
Yeah, let's do
Stuff
that.
like that. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
All right.
You want me to go first? You want to go first?
Sure. I'll go first.
Okay.
This one, I feel it's a fun movie. It's a fun horror movie. I liked it compared on my top 11. I'll let you know the one that got edged out was Gerald's Game. Gerald's Game didn't make
Ooh,
my top 10.
but
So,
it was a contender.
yep. So,
Cool.
but granted, there was a lot of movies on here I haven't watched either. So there could be some outliers.
You know, it would be
Yeah.
fun too, Kev. I'm glad you said that. Obviously, we haven't seen every movie. You haven't seen every movie that I've seen. I think it would be fun, like down the road, especially like if you've seen any of these movies on the list. Like we could always do like a rewind and go, oh, you know what? I did watch blah blah blah, and I think it would be on my list now. Like stuff like that. I think it's fun to do a continuous check in on this kind of stuff because like there was a bunch of movies I only saw recently. Um, so yeah, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. All right. So my top 10, my 10th movie is Happy Death Day.
Nice, good
Yeah.
choice. I actually really do like that movie a lot, so I love that choice. Good pick.
Thanks. Yeah, I thought it was fun. It can be watched again. You know, it's not like you're looking for the same reaction again. I think for the horror genre, I think it's pretty fun watch. Worth the watch.
Nice. I went with a Marvel movie, Spider-Man: Homecoming.
All right.
Almost didn't make my list. I was spoiler alert, gonna put John Wick Chapter 2 in there, but I thought long and hard about it, and I do enjoy being with Spider-Man a little bit more than I like being with John Wick. So there we are.
Okay. Funny you mentioned that because my number 9 that I'm putting is John Wick Chapter 2.
Hey, that's funny. That is so funny. It was my number 8, and then I was like, actually, I forgot this other movie, and I like these other movies more. So, but yeah, this is a tough list. Like honestly, there was a lot of good movies this year. So,
Yeah.
cool. I like it. My number 9 film is a little independent film called Lady Bird. I just really remember enjoying this film a lot. It's a coming of age film. Um, I watched it with my mom. I thought it was a really good watch, and I really enjoyed
Okay. I'm gonna use my pen and paper to write that suggestion.
it.
Uh, and my number 8, because I did enjoy it. The sequel, I think, just like the first sequel, the first time it came out, the sequel was not as good as the first one, but I liked it. So it is making my top 10.
Nice, nice. That was close to mine for sure.
Yeah. So, and I don't know. I feel like John Wick's a good blaster. Like go walking through shooting. It's a fun movie as well. I'm using that term a lot, I guess. But I don't know. I thought it was pretty scary. It had the good jump scares. And yeah, I think number 8 is it.
Cool, man. I love that choice. Good choice.
Mhm.
Remind me, did you watch part 2, chapter 2,
I did.
and you liked it?
I liked it. It didn't hit the same as the first one, but I liked it.
Yeah, I still, it's so funny. Like the first one did so well, and I was all excited for the second one, and I kind of heard like the second one was kind of mixed, so I just haven't watched it. But um, it's kind of funny how that first one did so well, though. Cool, man. Great choice. Almost made my list for sure. Like it was an early contender. My 8th choice, though, keeping in the psychological realm, I went with Split.
Oh,
You know,
nice.
yeah, I do really like this film. It really blew me away when I first watched it, and I did like a repeat watch, and I do just remember really enjoying this film. So
Good.
yeah, man.
Well, I didn't mean to push enter, but you see my number 7.
Hey, awesome! Pretty synergy
Yeah.
there. So cool, man. I'm glad you enjoyed it too.
Good acting, good story. I liked it.
There you go. Cool. Well, I'll do my number 7 then. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yep. Okay. Number 7, the Disaster Artist.
Okay.
Great, funny film. I would highly recommend this movie if you want to laugh. If you want to have a night where you eat an edible and you just want to have a good old time, watch this movie.
Excellent. That sounds like my cup of tea right there.
There you go.
Um, this might, yeah, I think this one might. You know what? I'm just gonna freaking copy and paste the typing the damn thing.
Yeah, it's kind of why I build them down below and then I brought them up.
Yeah. Boom. Number 6 for me is Guardians of the Galaxy.
Wow! Wow!
Yep.
Wow! Wow! That placement, wow! Crazy. Okay, cool, dude.
Yeah.
Number 6.
Uh, let's see.
All right. Well, cool, man.
And maybe there's elements about not remembering, but for me, Spider-Man was more memorable. Homecoming. So yeah.
Okay.
But I thought the same was a bad movie by any means. I'm just remembering Spider-Man more than I am Volume 2.
Okay. Cool, man.
Yeah.
Well, for me, my 6th film is Baby Driver.
Okay.
I really like this movie. I haven't watched in a while, but like I just anytime someone's playing a scene from it or like it comes up in conversation, I just remember fondly looking back on that movie. So um, I highly recommend it. I think it's great.
All right. I'm, I've like I said, it's definitely one that I've heard about it. I've heard people talk about it. Just haven't got to see it. Um, my number 5, The Ritual.
Ooh, okay, number 5,
Um,
cool.
it cracked the top 5. So won't say much about it other than I really enjoyed it. Made it because I like hiking, so I like the element of it, where it took place. But then, like I said, that third act is crazy. So
All right, man.
yeah.
I'm gonna have to look up how to watch this one because you definitely piqued my interest.
I think it's on Netflix still.
Oh, okay, perfect,
Yeah.
easy.
Hmm.
Well, I will. I'm gonna add that to the list to watch with my partner. Number 5 for me, the first movie we talked about today, Logan.
Nice.
Yeah, definitely holds up. We rewatched it before Deadpool Wolverine. I still think it hits very hard, being the last Hugh Jackman Wolverine movie. So yeah, definitely high up on my list.
Good. I'm gonna make a change real quick.
What?
Hot take change because I dawned on me. I'm like, you know what? Guardians of the Galaxy hit better than this movie, and
Cool.
um, I think because I was just rushing. So Guardians goes to 4 for me.
There we go. That's better.
Logan goes to 6.
Logan 6. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I
Cool.
popped with it. So
Okay.
I would say, yeah, I think that's more accurate for me.
Nice. I like it. Cool, bud. All
So
right.
we got my number 4 already, but
Number 4.
sorry.
No, cool. I like it. That works.
Yeah.
All right. My next one, my number 4 film is a lovely picture called Get Out. No,
Oh shit.
did you
Oh
forget
well.
Get Out?
Yep.
All right, knock off Happy Death Day. uh,
You know what? That's fair. That is actually fair. Um, there.
yeah, I mean, I will say Happy Death Day is it's a fun film, right? We talked about how fun it is being the Groundhog Day murder. Get Out
Yeah.
though, like talk about horror
Yeah.
films.
Yeah. It could actually go a few spots up on my list, but I won't waste our time. It definitely deserves to be in the top 10.
Cool. Yeah, no worries, bud. Since we have access to the spreadsheet, feel free to move things around after the fact.
Yeah.
But cool. So that was my number 4. It's your turn for number 3.
All right. I felt like this movie did a good job with the feels. It was a good like homecoming, so to speak. Spider-Man: Homecoming, my number 3.
There you go. Beautiful. I love it. All about the Marvel. Speaking of
Yeah.
Marvel, my third film, Thor Ragnarok, baby.
Ah.
I do really like this movie a lot. Yeah, I do think there's some problems with it, but overall, it's a very fun ride for me. I enjoy being in this movie a lot. So,
I
highly
may have to watch it again just because I remember seeing it in the theater. I don't know what went on. I don't know. I may have not been in the mindset for the movie, but to keep up with our tradition, if people don't know, James and I, uh, one of our traditions is to watch the movies on opening night.
Marvel movies specifically.
Um, like the Marvel movies specifically, we watch it on opening night when we can. Um, and I think we had a pretty good running up until this last one. We had a pretty good running, but
Yeah,
um, and I mean it happens. I'm not saying anything wrong about that, but um, I want to say there was something about that experience. It could have been just how I was feeling that night watching it, And that is
Right.
the only time I've watched Thor Ragnarok is at the movie theater that day. And I
Oh.
can't remember what it was about, but I mean, I can't remember what my feelings and stuff going into it. But for you to put it so high up, I gotta go consider watching it again. So
Okay. Yeah.
might be elements I'm forgetting.
It's to me, it's definitely my favorite Thor movie, and I would say that's probably not a hard thing to achieve because those are kind of a mixed bag of films. But
Yeah.
it's up there for my favorite, one of my favorite Marvel movies, I would say. Um, I love. So I do feel you. It's like I think the comedy aspect of that movie hit people differently. They weren't expecting it. It was quite a different tone, different from the previous two films.
Yeah.
Um,
Love and Thunder was, uh, yeah, we'll talk about that when we come to it. So
yeah. I think it was trying to be another Ragnarok, but lesser for sure. I feel your woes with that one too, but yeah, Thor Ragnarok, man, I quite enjoy that movie. All right, give me your number two. Oh,
Coco.
cool. Guess what my number two is?
Would it also be the same?
Coco. How can you
Great
not?
movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, like what's to say that we haven't already said? It's a feel good movie. It does a really good job of uh, telling a story about Day of the Dead, and uh, it draws out this whole story based on that concept. So they do a really good job. It's sad. It's fun. It hits all the emotions. It does a really good job.
Yeah, man. I am so happy you like this movie too. I think it's a great example of what Pixar can do with the family movies. It is spectacular. Could easily be my number one. I think it's cool that we both have it at number two though, but like, could it's? I was debating put it at number one for sure.
Okay. Yeah. Same.
I think I know what your
Um,
number one is. Is it
yeah.
Is it Dunkirk? Hey, nailed
I'm
it.
a Hans Zimmer fanboy, or yeah, fanboy. Um, I think the movie was compelling. It was emotional. Like it it and I'm a fan of horror movies. I just am. So if they're done right, I can't just watch everything. There's some movies that um that I grew up watching, such as you mentioned Saving Private Ryan. I think that was one you mentioned, right?
Yeah, yeah, just briefly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, and I remember hearing about it's based on a true story. So seeing how it was, it doesn't take away from how good the movie was, but then I found out it's almost all fake. Like none of that. Like they took an element of them having to go behind, like save someone. Like if a lineage basically dies, if me and my brothers went out there, I got two brothers. Those two died. They would try to get me out of there to like preserve the my
Family.
bloodline,
Yeah.
so to speak. Like they don't want the whole like all of us dying off in the war. And that's kind of what the concept was with Saving Private Ryan. They're trying to save this guy because his other brothers died. Um, Outside of that, and I guess the Normandy scene, um, like everything that happened in that movie was unfortunately made up. And so I guess that kind of took that away from me. But Dunkirk is based on the true, like on a true event that happened and everything. And I thought it was Christopher Nolan did a really good job of capturing the suspense. And Hans Zimmer's, like I said, I can't. If he ever comes down anywhere near us, I'm gonna go see him.
Oh,
so,
the
so
Hans
I just
Zimmer
wanted to,
concerts.
yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah,
But yeah, Dunkirk, I liked it.
cool, man. Yeah, I've heard great things about his live performances, the orchestra that he has playing all of his music. I would love to see that too, for sure.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Great number one pick. I should rewatch this movie too, because I do love Christopher Nolan. But
Yeah.
the movie that made my number one is Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
Ooh. All right.
Yeah, I'm definitely a James Gunn head. I love Guardians of the Galaxy. Like I said earlier, Baby Groot is one of my favorite characters of all time. Um, I could watch this movie endlessly. Um, yeah, I just love everything about it. So um, I think looking at the movies that came out in 2017, these are definitely the movies that I would revisit first too. There's some that I haven't seen. Like I'm definitely you piqued my interest with The Ritual. Um,
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure there's movies that is not on this list that could be great options too. But for the ones I have seen, this is my top 10. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, my number one movie of 2017.
Yeah, man. I think we did a pretty good job.
I think this is a good list. You know, if you were to give this list to anyone, I think that's like both lists, man. I love how there's similarities, but we definitely hit some different ones in there.
I think it has to do with interests too.
For sure, for sure.
Mhm.
But it also shows the commonality. So I like that. I'm glad we were able to build two different lists. Um, this is Fractal Minds, man. This is what it's all about. We have different pieces of our brain, and we put them out
Eh,
together. We join like Voltron, and we're out on the internet for everyone to enjoy.
yeah, man. Uh, no, you said it very well there. That's basically the concept behind Fractal Minds. You know, it's we all have our own opinions. That is Fractal Minds. You know, all of us together we build the mindset of our group. So, and we have our own thoughts and opinions, and yeah, I think we do pretty good with not judging each other for our opinions. You know, we're a pretty supportive group.
Yeah, man, for sure. We've been through a lot together. I think we're at a good place together, and I'm so glad we were able to do this. This has been a lot of fun. This was a lot more that I expected it to be, but I think it
Mhm.
turned out better than I expected it to be too. So, um, thank you so much, Kevin, for joining me on this endeavor. This has been a 4 hour and 20-minute stream, my friend.
Yeah, man.
Ye-
We did okay.
4 hours. Oh my god. This is awesome. This is great. Thank you, everyone. If you're watching this and you like what we do, we got a bunch of years to revisit. We're going to do revisits of the past years of film. We just did 2017, and on the docket, we have. Sorry, I'm trying to mess with this in real time. On the docket, up next, you gotta go next year, right? We got 2018 to look forward to, and look
Oh
at
yeah.
another huge list of films, my friend. Oh my god. Ugh,
I wonder where Infinity War is gonna be. Oh, and Deadpool even. Jesus.
Deadpool 2. Yeah. Ugh, and then you
Man.
have the animated Spider movie. You have
Cloverfield Paradox. Jeez.
well, that's a terrible movie. We don't have to talk long about that one, but quite possibly the best Mission Impossible movie, which I only watched recently too. So that those are gonna be fun to talk about. Um, yeah, that's gonna be a crazy year, and
Man.
it's only gonna get just. I'm giving everyone a little sneak peek. We got plans to do more years. So if you like this kind of content, stay tuned. You know, we're not going to make commitments of when we are coming back to do this, but I think you can expect to see us in the coming weeks.
Yes, definitely. Uh, we both have tight schedules. It, I don't think either of us is more really busier than the other person. It's just we're both busy, and trying to fit this in, we make time for it, man, and trying to bring back what we had going before.
It's just fun to do, right?
Yeah.
And obviously we like to talk. We like to talk a very long time. That takes it. you need a day to do it, right? So we
These
don't.
conversations normally take place after we see a movie and we're standing in the parking lot.
Yeah, it is equally as long because it's only just about the one movie.
Yep.
Ah, yeah, man. It's always good to chat with you about the things that we love. I'm glad we get to do it. Thank you so much for joining me, Kevin. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, man. Thanks for having me. Thanks for, hosting it and starting the sheets, man. I appreciate the well thought out list you put on the Google Sheets we got going on here. So makes it very user friendly. And yeah, hopefully I'll come a little more prepared next time. But I feel like I didn't do terrible.
You did a great job, buddy.
And you filled in perfectly. Like your knowledge, it is untouched. So unmatched rather.
Well, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. I just have a strong passion, and sometimes that comes out pretty clearly. But I appreciate you. Thank you, buddy. I do really enjoy doing these, and this was great. I love it. This was exactly what I wanted. So 1 year down, we got 2017 down. Next time, we're definitely only going to do 1 year again. 2018. Look forward to that. If you have any recommendations for movies to watch, I got Hereditary
Yeah.
to watch. That's my homework. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna try to put The Ritual and Hereditary on my to watch list before we do this next stream. That's my homework.
Yeah, man.
But if
Well,
anyone else has 2018 films to watch, shoot us a comment on the video. That'd be cool. Or shoot me a DM. You could hit us up on the socials. You can see that on the stream here. I'm at DrummondJ108.
and I'm at Geo Valentine on Instagram.
This is Jimmy James,
I'm Kevin.
and we are Fractal Minds, and we'll see you later.
Bye.